Hello, hello, beautiful people of the internet. Hello, the Chaucer. The Chaucer. Ulfadin, Sir Kells, Master Maticus, George Rockland, Broad Meadowluck 2, Gruel Tekken 336, Apples and Fruits, Trash Comps, Curse Word, J-Chan, Choppy Cat, and Behenotos. Hello, hello. As you can see, the queue is still not working. I tried to put it in timeout. I figured if I stopped it and then let it sit, think about what it has done wrong, then maybe let it come out of its cage, that it would start to behave itself. It did not. So it goes. Maybe I'll put it in timeout again. I put it in timeout. We'll put it in timeout for a little longer, maybe. Rel Do 2546. Hello, hello. All right. So, obviously, before we do anything, before we think about anything, before we press a single button, we will remind ourselves we are dumb, we are cowards, and we are weak. So weak. We're just a bunch of beggars, cripples, and refugees. Maybe there's hidden potential in these boys, but for now, we are nothing. But we did gain something very exciting at the very end of the previous stream. That thing we gained was the first brother to reach level 7. And it is none other than the broadcast Briggy himself. Slurgy has hit level 7. Now, probably the smart thing to do would be to grab Nimble, but I'm kind of looking at Bullseye here being like, you know, isn't that what I really want? There's an interesting argument, I think, with the large bag of incendiary shot that we've got, that I should actually circle back for crossbow and firearm mastery. That way I can reload and shoot the handgun in the same turn. And I should probably grab that before Bullseye. And then there's Nimble, right? That's usually the reason you're excited for level 7. But this brother is a pretty big healthy hit point pool. And like, do we really care if he dies? Like, really? You know what I mean? Like, look at that smarmy face. Like, do we care about this brother? Let's go with crossbow and firearm mastery. How much damage does the fire do? I mean, standing in fire. So it's normal fire damage? That is a great question. Let's look at the terrain that it creates next time so we can answer that one for sure. Because I should just know the answer to that, but I don't. Yeah, I feel like fatigue is a pretty good choice here. But yeah, I don't know the exact number on the fire damage, like the terrain that's created. Just as escaped my memory, I'd have to look. So I think there's like 4 valid choices here. Yeah, the melee defense is a +4. The other thing to consider is if we roll on the assumption that this brother will hit their hidden potential, then, you know, we do sometimes need to attack with a melee weapon. And with hybridization, we'll get up to 70 base melee skill only if we level this up like one more time. Either a +2 or +3. So, does a bagel with cream cheese count as a sandwich? It depends. Do we keep the bagel open or do we close it? How do you even eat it if it's closed? The cream cheese goes everywhere. This is an open-faced sandwich. So I don't know. This is a tough call, right? Like, I think hit points are valid, melee skills valid, maximum fatigue valid, melee defense is valid. Like, I could see a world where I choose any of these. Like, honestly. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna go with the hit points. No, I'm not. I'm gonna go with the melee. And I'm going to swap out this weapon to something lighter because it is making us encumbered. And I don't like being encumbered. Would it be terribly stupid if I just made it a dagger? Kind of. I want it to be something light. What's the deliberation drink of the evening, Slurgy? This is a Korean brown rice green tea. Hyunmi Nokta. It's a very nice beverage. Just pull 2 jabs out of the bundle. Just pull 2 jabs out of the bundle. I guess if we're encumbered, it's fine. Whatever. All right. So what I would like to do in this stream, as our sort of first objective, is to try to work our way up to 5,000 crowns. I want to upgrade this donkey. I want to bring in an 11th brother into battle. And I think that'll just be really nice. So let's do a little more raiding, stuff like that. And then return probably to C-stat and sell stuff. The other option, of course, would be to go up to... like, just go through all of this hostile territory and make our way up to Lugnestead. That would probably also be reasonable to do. Could just do that. We haven't been up there in a while. We can check it for new recruits. Blackbird, hello, hello. All right, do we think I've put the queue in timeout for long enough? We'll see if it works. Well, a boy can dream. Wonderful, we get a nice warm-up snack just to get the fingers nimble. Have you considered turning the queue off and turning it back on again? I mean, that's basically what I'm doing here. I could, instead of pausing it, like there's a button to end it, but then I lose everything, so I'm obviously not going to press that button. Spears out. Bonk. So brave. So foolish. Okay. Thanks for the lunch money. And I have a feeling we are going to be assessed as strong enough that we don't have to worry about any of these militias. Yeah. In fact, like, much too strong for them. So supply caravans are interesting. We are on the cusp, I think, of being able to do them. But I'm probably gonna wait for like a really small one if I'm gonna do it. Aren't we weak though? We are, which is we're too weak. We're too weak. We're too weak. They don't really offer that much to us also. Mostly it's just the armors. The 170 mail. That's a pretty efficient little piece. Technology has failed us. Time to go pen and paper queue. Oh man. I did do it that way very originally. For those who remember. I started out... Actually, I think it started where, probably as a tradition from other streamers, I guess I don't really know, where they would name brothers on their squad after viewers. Someone was like, hey, can I have someone named after me? And I was like, yeah, sure. People saw it and they're like, yeah, I want that too. So, sort of grew from there, and, you know, I was then at one point tracking it manually, like I had a spreadsheet document or something. Actually, I think I wrote it down on a list. And then I transferred it to an electronic, just like probably just a tab in Notepad++ or something. Then eventually I got the queue, which has made things a lot easier when it's working. It's probably for the best. Every time we got picked, things started to go wrong. Nah. This time will be different. Got him in the bean. Ooh, got him in the bean. Missed him in the bean. What? How am I missing? Okay. Our gear seems to have improved greatly since yesterday. You can see how we are pretty clearly cosplaying as a southern caravan escort. Put it that way. We do look a lot like conscripts. Boy, a lot of footprints gone to Phil's Moose. Phil's Moose is a popular little destination there in the middle of the map. That's weird, you weren't escorting any caravans yesterday? I know, it's the darndest thing. I don't know how it happened. I guess it'll just remain a mystery, I suppose. I don't know. No way to explain it. It's just one of those things like Bigfoot sightings. No way to explain it. What? I missed. It's impossible. Okay, so let's see. Fire rages here, melting armor and flesh alike. So it doesn't say here. Little offensive rotation there. The gear fell from the cart. The gear fell from the cart. Okay, let's see if we can figure it out from here. No, other than his injury. That's another really good injury, burnt hands. Like I said, the fire injuries are just really nice. Oh, let's see how much damage he took from the fire. Not in the combat log. This is proving to be more difficult to assess than I thought. There's a fair and obvious explanation for the Bigfoot sightings. Is it that Bigfoot is real and that they saw Bigfoot? Must be. My heavens, is that a man aflame? Turns out. Let's see if we can see from the tooltip here. I don't want to sit in it. It said 18 damage, but was that from the shot? Yeah, so when I was looking, I mean, I think that was, Yeah, that was from the shot, I think. Let's see. Will he step forward? Shield push him into the fire. If only we had a way. Will he step forward now? Come on, buddy. Get in here. He's too afraid. Now he's dead. Got some quality wood there. That'll be nice to sell. I don't know if we got enough value of things to be able to sell to Lugnestead. It'll be close to get us to 5,000. I want to get just a little bit more. Maybe I follow these footprints. Our Dregs looking like we picked a southern city's origin. It does look like that. Got a couple sets of footprints here that are in some sort of chase. The Southern Dregs 5, the Southern Dregs 5. That is how we're looking. Boy, these footprints just keep going. I wonder if I'm kind of wasting my time going this way. Boy. Noble army chasing some briggies, I think. Oh well. I guess we learned. Ooh. I like the looks of those footprints. That's looking like a caravan from the house that we don't want to upset. So, fair enough. We'll maybe do a contract or two. That'll get us some crowns. Hunting webnects? We can hunt some webnects. I think that's okay. Do we want to sell our food now? I think so, because it might take a little while for us to get to the webnects. Sometimes these contracts can be a bit annoying. And do I want to do any rearrangement? I think they're going to ambush us anyway, because that's kind of how that fight just goes. So we'll just go at it with these brothers. Keep your eyes peeled. And is this? There we are. 7 to 10. That's not very many. It's better if you can fight them not in the forest, but it's pretty hard to get them to do it. How does the new card affect Peasant Militia? You start with 12 but can only field 10? No, I think it's always like the maximum threshold -2. So Peasant Militia would be able to field up to 14 instead of 16. I think is how that works. I think it says that in the description, actually. Rotate Slurgy at least so he's not surrounded. There's an event that gives you a retired soldier from the webnet contracts. Would he be allowed to join the Dregs? Nope. Unfortunately, that brother would not qualify. Ah! The Fire Lance and the handgun share a weapon type, and so you cannot freely swap between them. Okay, that actually makes perfect sense. I get it. I see. Does that mean the Fire Lance works with handgun perks? I think so. Or at least the things that affect firearms, which I think is just the crossbow and firearm mastery. Corvus Korak, hello, hello. Imagine being told that you don't qualify to join the dregs of all mercenary groups. It's like a Groucho Marx skit of some kind where he says, I would never join a group that would accept me as a member. Something like that. I think it's Groucho Marx. I've always enjoyed that one. I just think it's funny. Ooh, the Ignite blasted him, one-shot him. Seems good. I missed. Unbelievable. So I think that's the only living one that we can see is this one right here. And I think the rest will probably just run away now. That was a pretty straightforward and simple little web-necked fight. About, I don't know, between 150 and 200 experience on most of the brothers. It's pretty good. You're scared? The Dregs look like a proper competent mercenary group now? Ah. So we're gonna hit welcome to the company because I want to look at him, and then we're gonna fire him. Right? Or let's see. Yeah, take his gear. We'll look at him because this is fun. Yeah, kind of cute. Like, I like the retired soldier as a background and everything for this whole deal. But unfortunately, even though he's a tactician, and we would have liked that, he's got to go. He's got all the things that we want, but we can't have them because that's against the rules. He can't fight with us. But we can strip him naked. That I'm allowing. It's a pretty cheap price for wood, so I'm gonna go ahead and buy some. And then we'll make our way up to Tonderberg and then up to Lugnestead, where I think after selling stuff there, we should be able to get our card upgrade. Not defending the settlement. Yeah, I am keen to take one of those contracts. Maybe see some Zorks. But I think first, I'd like to get us up to more brothers. Next run, you think Event Bros should always be allowed? It's more fun. They are fun. But I've done many, many, many runs where Event Bros were the focus. It's kind of refreshing to not. This is a little bit of a spooky fight. But I do want some heavy throwing weapons. Look at the company now. Strip. Uh-huh. Oh, and we need to swap Slurgy's weapon. Wrinkly Harlot. Hello, hello. That is a great name. Wow. Easy winner of the name game. Stats are so low. Stats are so low. Lucid Toppy, hello, hello. Got one. Okay, we're just gonna chill right here. Do these guys have enough HP to survive a mace to the face? Yeah, they can survive one hammer hit to the face. If you're asking him to live through more than that, you might be asking for too much. But we can always stun him. Give him the old stunner. Ooh, speaking of a hit to the face, gave this guy a deep face cut. Pretty rude. Pretty rude to attack my dog like that. Pretty rude to miss an attack, too. Alright, we'll be rotating there. Holy. Rotate's been clutch. Rotate has been clutch. Okay. So now we can safely rotate here, because this guy's fleeing. And we don't want this guy to attack the dog again. Master Maticus has 9 lives, so he can step up. This guy's got an adrenaline. Whatever. JSF MPGH, hello, hello. No adrenaline for you, sir. Alright, we did get a little bit of injuries here. Nothing too crazy. But we did get some injuries. Our ribs are exposed in some places. Okay. Just some light injury farming, And we got some heavy throwing axes, which are very nice. We'll probably give those to Slurgy to use instead of the regular jabs. I don't know. I guess they're heavy, right? No, they're lighter. The heavy throwing axes. Oh, they're lighter only because they're not fully. Yeah, okay. There's 3 out of 5. All right, okay. I was like, it's so claustrophobic at night with no falcons. It really is. So I'm not going to equip those at the moment, but we are happy to have them. Ulfadin is going to step out. We'll let Plaguebird take his place, and honestly, well, actually, let's do this. Let's bring in Plaguebird here, and then we'll put King Tat here, since he's determined. Take the Fire Spear off Sludgy. Yeah, I think we don't want that there. It's true. Maybe we just go with just a bludgeon, right? Because if we need a melee weapon, this is probably what we need it for. Yeah, out of the 3 high rollable backgrounds, refugees have by far the best base stats. They do. The real downside that's really interesting about the 3 backgrounds now that I've experienced them is that the big differentiating factor for refugees is they only get 1 fighting style, and that can be pretty limiting. It can make them sometimes, they're more likely to have a mismatch between their stats and then the perks that enable them to do whatever we need to do with them. So they like have the best high end, for sure. But they are maybe more likely to just like whiff because they have like a combination of perks and stats that aren't suitable. That's another really good helmet. Boy, eventually we're going to be able to like buy stuff like that. But not yet. So I guess there's nothing for us to do here. We're just going to keep moving to Lugnestead. Maybe we should buy 1 stack of tools. 250 is acceptable. We're going to maybe look for a better price, but 250 is acceptable. And I suppose we can do our level ups here now too. So Sir Kells has leveled up, and this is going to be a full force Phalanx brother, which means eventually we're going to be giving him a hammer. Now, we didn't get the axe hammer to drop from the barbarians, but that would be a potential hammer to use. And if we're not going to grab that now, probably circle back for 1 with the shield. Still a pretty good perk. We'll go ahead and do that. Something defensive, keep him alive. And we'll go with hit points here. Pretty happy with that level up. And then apples and fruits. Oh my goodness. This is our 2nd level 7. And this brother is going to go ahead and grab flexible, making them incredibly well protected. You love to see it. You love to see it. You love to see it. I wonder how they decided that refugees are less skilled fighters than beggars. I don't know how the stats were decided. A lot of it seems kind of nonsense. You start stretching, I guess. Yeah. You got to start stretching. Stretching, you know what? People don't stretch enough. Stretching is important. What a garbage level up. I'll go with hit points, resolve, and then I guess melee defense. Oof. Could almost even take the initiative. Since we already grabbed... Yeah, whatever. Since we already got flexible. Okay, so when we make our way to Lugnestead, we are hoping to be able to sell stuff there. And for the most part, we don't want to fight barbarians in the forest. Okay. They are certainly active in these parts, though. I don't think this group will attack us. They're going to retreat the wrong direction. We will attack them. I mean... we will attack them. If they're just going to cross our path, they need to be taken out. They're a menace to society. They're no good, rotten, etc., etc. Got him with a hammer. We don't have rotation here, so that's something to lock away in the old bean. Our souls for a shield sergeant? Yeah, no kidding. Good. And I think it's actually probably pretty okay to put Vance Lightning up here. Yeah, he's good. He's a defensive boy. He'll be fine. We hit the same one. They're going for the shield destruction technique. We'll see how it works out for them. But yeah, a shield sergeant would definitely go down smooth right now. Just checking the damage tooltip there just to make sure we could one-shot him with that weapon. I figured we could. But it's always good to check for sure. Okay. Probably should have just swapped to the jabs there. Looks like it's not gonna matter. Okay, that's your dog, my dude. Okay, was that like an extra sad dog sound? I didn't like that at all. Yeah, they buffed the dog sounds, that's right. Deals extra emotional damage. Okay, now I actually want to keep the quivers here. So... can I... Okay, let's just do that. Get rid of the small stacks of food. Obviously, we need to upgrade our cart so that we can carry more stuff. We gotta have room for all of our things. Alright, so what I'm thinking about doing, no one here to recruit, sad, is selling some stuff, just some lightweight stuff, and then we'll maybe do a contract for them to potentially improve our exchange rate. We'll just sell that many. I don't know. So then we're gonna return a stolen item. Maybe I shouldn't even negotiate with him. Well, we got more money out of it. And then after we complete this contract and sell stuff back in Lugnestad, I'm confident that we'll be comfortably able to afford the, oh, come on. There we go. Comfortably able to afford to upgrade our cart, and we'll be able to bring another brother to battle. Poachers, outlaws, and vandals. So they're gonna have some ranged units. So we'll probably have to run at them, which is kind of annoying. They have a lot of flails. Okay, ow. Okay, so I guess we're gonna take the first turn and just get our shield wall on. I'm just gonna chill right here, where it's a little harder for them to hit us. And we're gonna run forward next turn with all of our AP. And we'll be able to run here with Slurgy and it's no, shoot. So have you done, or if not, would you do a challenge where you make builds for the bros that are completely unsuited for their stats? I struggle to, like, in my mind, the problem I have with that was like, how do I codify that? Like, how do I don't know. Like that gets into like a weird, hard to define space. I don't know. I don't know how to do that, I guess. Really. Like, does that make sense what I'm trying to describe? Like, I don't know how to define what is and isn't suitable. Oh, wait a minute. I shouldn't have made it so I'm losing my phalanx. This is stupid. I shouldn't have moved forward when I did. That was a mistake. So we can attack here. I guess that's not bad. And we can't light the terrain on fire here. Pretty disappointing. It's not a mistake, it's just explosive. Well. Wow. That takes a lot of fatigue. I guess we somehow ran out already. Slurgy's taking a decent amount of damage here. You have to back him up. definitely gonna have to back him up. Next run should be one where you go into a dungeon and it's really dark inside. That's kind of what I'm thinking. I think that's right. I think that's correct. Alright, so Slurgy's gonna bravely run away. Yeah, I suppose the flails... The flails against the dogs. I guess that's a thing. We still can't hit a damn thing. Poor doggo, poor doggo. The dog didn't deserve it. All right. So, not much for loot, not much of a fight. Man. We're paid 810 to return it, so that's what we'll do. I wish that these contract twists were... Like this one specifically, we were offered earlier at another like large city that we wanted to build relations with. I wish it were one of the like tiny towns that we don't care about. I'd say you just give them the wrong gear and perks for the bro. I'm sure by this point you know exactly. No, I see. I don't. That's the thing. Badengrund is like. That's the thing is like there isn't one single best or one single path, and in fact I would say that for the most part, especially in vanilla but also in Hardened, the best role for a brother is not even a function of the brother but a function of what the team needs, right? So even trying to look at a bro in isolation, it's not like there's some exact path that is ideal. It is mostly a function of like, what's the day count? What do we have for gear available? What enemies am I going to be fighting? Is this going to be a brother that I just need for tempo, or am I going to replace him? Is it going to be a brother that we need to build defensively, even if their stats aren't suited for it, because that's what the company needs, because we have to have someone on the front line absorbing damage? You know, all of these things that go into deciding how to build a brother that like, I don't know how to do the opposite of all of those things together because they're all intertangled, and I can't disentangle that. Like I like the idea of what you're saying, but it just doesn't actually make sense to me. Like I can't execute it. You know what I can't execute though is some dead man east of here clutching an extraordinary weapon. I think this is on this map. Yeah, this is a new... So, Lugnestead. East. Dead man. Famed weapon. Okay. I see. If you can't, you can't. Yeah, I just can't. I just can't. Alright, so sale price is pretty good here. It's not incredible, but it's good enough that the only place where we're going to get better is going to be all the way on the other side of the map. So I think we're just going to fire sale it. If we can find a taxidermist, I'd like to turn these unusually large wolf pelts into an attachment. Oh, maybe I want to keep the kite shield. And do I want to keep an axe hammer? I might, actually. You would almost just need to have a roulette wheel. Yeah, I could do something like that. But then that takes away like the most fun part of the game from me. Like that's the really interesting part. Like I don't want to take away the interesting part just to keep the boring bits. Like that's I want to keep the fun stuff. And to me, like figuring out what builds I want to do on Brothers and stuff like that, like that's the really interesting, engaging part of the game that I like most. So I'm going to make sure that that remains intact no matter how I play. I didn't say it would be fun. Right, fair enough. That's true. You did not say it would be fun. You just said what you could do. Fair point. All right, so we did get enough money. Let's go ahead and upgrade our donkey. Boom. That is definitely what I want to do. And now we can field, oh, it's beautiful. 11 brothers. And so let's bring in another one of these Perry brothers. Let's do J-Chan. And we'll give him a proper helmet. Actually, let's give him this gear. Now we can hire 20 brothers. Yes. Could have gotten a second handgun for Slurgy. Don't tempt me with a good time. I wonder if I want a light Southern Mace instead of a falchion. I probably do. What's next? We make Slurgy make a watch along for some sport events. You could explain to me how it works. Because I do think one of the reasons I don't really care for watching most athletic competition is because like I don't understand the nuance. Like to me, having never really played it, soccer or football in most of the world or a lot of the world, I don't even know. Like that is the most boring shit in the world to watch. I can't stand it. Like nothing happens. No one scores. But it's because I don't know what I'm looking for. I think if I knew what I was looking for, maybe I'd find it more interesting. Probably not. And yes, I did just insult the world's most popular game. Probably? I don't know. Did we encounter... What? Don't tell me that. Tifoji. I didn't even know what they were called, but that must be the new faction. No, I've not seen them yet. Sports ball ain't that fun to watch. I mean, that's my experience. I think tennis is most popular. Really? All right, so we've got our Sword Lancer here. I think let's just grab Sweeping Strikes. Not sure why your name changed. Used to be Foji. Oh, hey Foji. I couldn't tell you. Yeah, let's just grab Sweeping Strikes on this brother right now. Oh no, not Sweeping Strikes. I keep getting Sweeping Strikes and Death Dealer confused. We don't care about Sweeping Strikes. Never mind. I could go with Small Target. Could even maybe go with Fearsome, I don't know. Probably Small Target? And then level after that we'll grab Flexible, level after that we'll grab Leverage. Sure. All the head attack stuff is good in multiples. That's true, right? So the more brothers you have focusing on the head, the better it is for all the other brothers. That's so true. It's football, soccer, and cricket in second, hockey, then tennis. I understand cricket since it's big in India, but hockey not so much. Oh, see, I would have had no idea that cricket was more popular than hockey. I would have thought it'd be hockey for sure. But I am from Minnesota. Right? I don't know. The Mighty Ducks were just cake eaters from Edina. It's not even that far from me. Yeah, AoE wear them down is kind of interesting too, though. I actually, I don't hate that idea. I think that's actually also maybe kind of okay, especially with the way we've been fighting. Wear them down has been a pretty key part of our overall strategy. Since we can't hit them, most of the enemies, like this has been kind of fascinating. In this particular playthrough, most enemies, especially if they have a shield, we have had to apply wear them down with dogs before we're able to hit them. Like, we have stammed out more enemies in this run, like, than I ever have in my life. Because we just attack and we miss. All right, Eagledub has hit level 7. I think we're just going to go ahead and grab Nimble on this brother. That's a insane defensive boost. Give him a lighter helmet, I suppose. I guess not. And we are eventually gonna take like Berserk on this brother so we can attack twice. I think it's gonna be the plan. And we'll grab Fatigue. Really nice +3s on melee skill and melee defense there. Very happy with that. And we are going to do some dynamic duos, I think, in general, but I don't know how I'm going to do them yet, so I've been reluctant. All right, let's buy some tools here. The price is like pretty okay to where I'm going to get some. And you know what? Let's get a Kaka. And it probably makes sense to grab on Slurgy. Slurgy's the fastest brother and can reload as well as release the Falcon on the first turn of combat. Seems alright. What's nice is when you get Promise Potential, you can change all those accuracy perks into defensive/damage perks. Exactly. Which is why it's been really nice to be able to take perks that I never otherwise would on a brother that I was going to keep to the end. Right? So like, there have been at least a handful of brothers that I've taken Survival Instinct on, and like I think this perk is like bad once you reach like, once you have like a shield on and you've got okay melee defense, maybe even just one of those two. I think it's like a bad perk. But in the very earliest parts of the game, especially starting with 1 stack, it's kind of good. Like it's kind of good. And so the fact that we can take that as a tempo perk and then reset it when we hit our Promise Potential, or not, and we let the brother go, either way, it's really nice to be able to take these perks. We've also grabbed a bunch of like fast adaptation, stuff like that. Okay, and is there more stuff for me to sell? I think there is. Like, I think the crude helmet I kind of don't like. I'm gonna keep this nail coif though. Yeah, let's swap to a scimitar here. You're looking forward to when you hit your Promise Potential? I'm looking forward to it as well. Okay, so we could go up to these towns here to look for recruits. We haven't been to these locations in a really long time. And we could get more dogs there. Escort caravan to Varstead. I mean, I was gonna stop by the western side first, but let's just do that. We need to be paid more. Great. Do you happen to still be alive? I think so. Yep, still alive. This is a triumph. Now we've had 2 brothers die. Broad Metalluck 2 and Good Boy George. Oh, what's the pimp event? There's like a couple of them. Yeah, so pimps keep you safe in this world, nothing happens. Nothing wrong with, okay, so these are both nothing happens. You need a minstrel, monk, or tailor. We don't have those. Sad. Ah, so the first one was a regular event, but this is... a contract twist. But I think you get a brother out of it. Noble Escort Caravan event. Let's see. Yeah, Mysterious Prisoner, is that what this is called? Yeah, so what are my options? Okay, so don't waste your breath. I don't give a shite who you are. This better be worth it. I'll hold you to your promises once I've freed you. Wow. 33% chance he was a liar. 67% chance we gained 3,000 in reputation boost with House Bartholin. Wow. That's a lot of money. All right, so we've redirected. We're going to go to Hohenberg now. So now, what did that do for our relations with this house? Okay. Apparently we slaughtered the caravan. Sure. Whatever. So if we got to make our way to Hohenberg, I suppose we'll just stop by these locations and see if there's any brothers to recruit, because we haven't been there for quite some time, and maybe get a few dogs, which are like better than brothers. Do I want to follow these footprints? They're going the wrong way. Whoa. Tobjorn, the Hammer of House Thura. That's a cool title. I guess we'll leave him alone. Famed Hammer incoming. I don't think we even can attack him. Yeah, Thura! It does kind of have that you said it the right way, Susage. Alright, so there's nothing here for us. And it'll be nighttime when we arrive. I suppose, nah, by the time we get there, it'll... Mr. Full Force himself? Mr. Full Force himself, yeah. Unfortunately, we are weak. And he is strong. So we can't fight him. So there's probably nothing else for us here. We'll click on the things just so we can be sad. 520 for a Warhound, actually probably pretty decent price. So let's go ahead and pick one of those up and give it some armor. 3 days of wages, is that enough? Don't buy Warhounds, they're fixed now. Darkso fixed it. Darkso fixed it. And so they've been updated. Let's get 4 more days. So I got the updated version. What's the difference? Warhounds do more damage, have more hit points, and have 1 fewer AP. And the bug was that they had the same stats as regular dogs. All right, 2 to 3 Frosty unholds. That feels like a good way to lose a brother. Just because we're dumb doesn't mean we're also weak. No, we are also weak. We are dumb, we are weak, we are cowards. But we might focus on the we are dumb for a moment. You know? God, this brother's gonna be so good. Because we are pretty dumb. You know? What if it's 2? You know? It's not, but what if it was? Caw-caw! Alright, so they have a reach of 7, which means that even with our phalanx, we're never going to have reach advantage. This seems like a bad idea, doesn't it? I mean, we are going to be able to get dogs surrounding him. 400 fatigue? They have 400 fatigue? That's funny. Alright, they also have Pathfinder, huh? I think we should be able to escape. So let's see. So if we're able to run this back line to here. No, I think they'll be just out of vision. I think we're okay. I think we're okay. No. We're just gonna run. We're fine. Everything's fine. We're all fine here. Got nothing to worry about. I think we are just barely out of vision. We were not. He can see us, but he's not gonna chase anyway. We're good. We're good. We're good. Nothing to worry about. We're fine. We're fine. How are all of you? I never doubted, yeah. We are, there was a moment, you know, in the holy trinity of the dregs. We are weak. We are weak. We are cowards. We are dumb. We were starting to lean more towards we are dumb, but we gotta shift it. We gotta steer that, we gotta steer this vessel back towards we are cowards. And that's what we've done. It's a matter of finding balance, you know? So we're finding balance. Balance achieved. All is well in the world, and the dregs continue their quest. Yeah, the thing about unholds is that they're more afraid of you than you are of them. Right. Alright, we'll stop by Vardestead quick. And we'll also go to Weilersheim. Then we'll head south, I guess, through the wilderness. Yeah. Northern cities, no good. I want just a little bit more crowns. I guess 4 days is enough. They only chase you to say hi? Yeah, they only chase you to say hi. And we can't do any other contracts because, you know, we've got one currently going. Abandoned village east of here. They only chase you to say hi, a high five to your face. True. They give you the old alley-oop. They toss you back to their brothers. Ooh. Disappearing villagers. Very unlikely that we see a suitable recruit here. We'll wait the few seconds, but... yeah. Too few. Too few. So let's make our way to Hohenberg via whatever route the game chooses for us. There should be a I'll take your entire stock meme, but it's Slurgy taking beggars, cripples, and refugees. Yup. I'll take them all. Give me your meek, your downtrodden, your weak, your disenfranchised, your discard. I will take them and make them strong. Hill People Tomb. I mean, we can take a look. Aren't those tombs cracked? We can look. Maybe they are cracked. Maybe we shouldn't even look. No, I think we shouldn't look. There are often necromancers, and if they possess like a fallen hero that runs forward, then I think it can be a situation where we actually can't run away. No, I don't think we can. Not safely. What if there's a shiny? I know. We do have one. Like, we have a hawk, but the problem is, you know, we scout with the hawk, and then let's say we reach the conclusion, this is unsafe. Let's run away. And we start retreating. Necromancer possesses fallen hero. Possessed fallen hero runs forward, ties up a couple brothers. Well, then to run away, we lose brothers. We can lose one or two of the bros for a shiny as long as it's not me. That's the spirit. I don't actually know what bounty hunters and crown takers are like. If they're gonna fight us though, we probably don't want to do this. Let's get eyes. But I think this is a fight we don't take. That is a lot of perks. But their gear doesn't look so scary. So the crown takers are higher level bounty hunters, it looks like. They have no natural melee defense at all. It's kind of a cool revenge story where a group of beggars raids caravans who ignore them and pass them while they begged for money on the streets. Caravan guards who got crippled while on duty and dismissed join them as well. Yeah, we're the good guys. I mean, I wouldn't even really call them anticipation tanks. They've only got 35 range defense. Actually, lower at night, right? No, they don't have parry. The Crown Takers don't. Oh yeah, they do. They do. Never mind. Yeah, they have parry. But it's nighttime, so it's going to make parry worse. Half team dead minimum? Shouldn't we have 11? Oh, am I not fielding my 11th brother? Oh yeah, it is base. Base RDF. You're right. Base RDF is what gets applied, so they'll have 30 range or melee defense. Although the dog's attacks will not be mitigated. Yeah, all the small target headhunter thing going on all of them. We do have one with the shield. And we can shield wall on basically everyone. It actually makes us quite a bit more okay with them attacking us, hitting us in the head. The real question is, would someone weak, dumb, and cowardly do this? That is the question we must always ask ourselves. Yeah, I think it would only be dumb to do this. I, unfortunately, have to agree. I have to agree. That was spooky. Yeah, I don't know why I'm not fielding 11. I'm a little confused why I don't have that in my lineup right now. I must have like just done something dumb when I was moving around. Yeah, I can just straight up bring another brother. Let's bring Broken Exile because he's a little bit sad right now. I guess so is J-Chan. They're feeling a little useless in reserve. Fair. This brother actually has a level up we can apply. And I think this brother, we want to do sword stuff with this brother. Pretty sure that's true. It's not like it's that good right now. It's okay. I might just grab small target. It's good. It's just a good perk. Screw it. This brother's gonna end up needing to take riposte, I think. Or en garde, rather, to do riposte stuff later. Alright. Well, Black Pact. See you later. First Harlingen company. I see. They're kind of being mean to me. They're picking on me. I'm looking forward to my 3,000 crown payday, though. That's what I'm into. I see. There's a few peasants along the road to Hohenberg. They're giving each other haircuts, and this seems to capture the attention of Burkhard von Bartholin. Excuse me, men, for I need to clean up. Won't want that old lady seeing me in this state, you know. You nod and go to count inventory to pass the time. When you return to the peasants, you ask where the nobleman is gone. One stares at you. I ain't seen no nobleman. You explain he was dressed in rags, and then you quickly describe him. They shrug. I saw that bugger run on to the fields yonder, then got on a horse, then ride further and further yonder. We thought him wrong in the head, seeing as how he was laughing the whole time. Anger overcomes you. Scammed. So we had a 2/3 chance of gaining 3,000 crowns. We had a 1/3 chance of destroying our relations with Lugnestead, House Thura, and a bunch of renown. Tossed in the drain. Well. That sucks. I was really looking forward to that 3,000 crowns, you know? Well, okay. Marauding greenskins around Muhlenheim. Honestly, I might do that one. It's right here, so not far away. Could improve our relations with this noble house. I'm not even doing it. I don't care. We'll go elsewhere. We'll do other things. We'll get the bad luck out of the way now, since that's how luck works. Uh-huh. Well, shit. Everything is awful. Alright, well, let's go to Harlingen, Niwakai, Niwik, and Seastat. We'll see what they've got for potential recruits, contracts to complete, etc. At least we're not technically broke. True. We're not technically broke. And this Harlingen, you know, we could fight them. All right, we gained an arming sword and a basic mail shirt. This is wonderful. With 3.5k, we could have fielded an army of 100 beggars. Uh-huh. And how glorious would that have been? So glorious. But for now, we field an army of 11. Is 11 even an army? I don't think so. A pact with witches? I don't think so. Boy, we can sell food for a really high price here. I suppose if we're going to go straight to Niwakai, we actually can sell a stack of cured venison. Sure. They had a drought. They need food. Happy to help. Boy, what are these footprints? There have been more footprint bugs I've noticed in, I don't know if it's Hardened generally. I'm probably coming from something in Reforged, but I don't know what causes that bug, but it is really confusing and annoying. You see it in vanilla too, but I feel like I see it more frequently in this. I don't know. An army of 100 beggars, so medieval conscripted militia, basically. It feels so easy to burn through money looking for specific recruits. You're trying to finish a vanilla lone wolf campaign and you cannot find a historian / cultist to read your book. You've been combing the map for 20 days. Disaster. What are you drinking, boss? We are having a lemon spindrift sparkling water after I just finished my tea. All right, so Al-Hazif, the main sort of capital here, has a trading caravan. 7 to 10 conscripts, that's probably just simply too many. We are weak. I wonder if it's like maximum assets or something that's despawning groups. Sure. Yeah, it could be something like that. And having extra southern cities contributes to that number. Yeah, seems reasonably possible. A stack of Alps, they tend to be around sometimes, but despawn during the day, so maybe that's the footprints. Nah, I don't think so. I think these are happening way too frequently, and they are so frequently along roads. Though that is sometimes the source of disappearing footprints, for sure. All right, no recruits here. We could take a boat to Newick. Kind of tempted to do that. I guess we can craft our direwolf pulp mantle, and then we can't take the boat. Actually, can't really do anything else. And what would I put that on? I kind of want like one better piece of armor before we craft it a little bit. Oh yeah, Alps would be beast. Yeah, that's true. Apples and fruits. Yeah, that's true. It would be beast footprints. Yeah, it would be beast footprints. That's right. We'll maybe craft that stuff later. I'm gonna take the boat here. All right, hunting beasts contract. Let's do it. Wow. We're super broke? We are. I guess we're not in a position to negotiate. Maybe they know that. All right, we accept. We're not gonna push it. We're not gonna push our luck here. All right, track southeast of Seastat. We are rich in friendship. We are rich in friendship. That's so true. They have nowhere to run. Wow, this is like a fun menagerie of briggies. 2 to 3 thugs, 2 to 3 poachers, 2 to 3 marksmen, 4 to 6 outlaws, 1 vandal, and 1 pillager, and a partridge in a pear tree. Oh yeah, is the queue working? How sad. I'll put it in timeout again. Boy, now it's kind of making me wish that I had taken Nimble Unslurgy. I kind of want it to be nighttime when we fight him. I'm gonna wait for it to become night. They have a lot of ranged dudes. I mean, they can't actually see me to attack me, so I don't know why this guy got up on his high ground. Like, that's gonna do him any good. Only the bird can really see. Yeah, Q's still broken. This is a pretty real fight. This is a pretty real fight. It's not so bad, but it's a little bit real. Let's make a space for Master Maticus to step back. What's their chance to hit with jabs of the shields given his knight? 20 to 30? Oh, it should be much lower, I think. Since we've got a Dargez and we've got the shield wall adjacency going on, it should be pretty low. At least from that distance. Every fight is real. When we are dumb, we are weak, we are cowards. True. Yeah, so the bows are only 5%. Wow, that's rude, honestly. For him to run all the way up there just to attack. Yeah, so when he's this close, he gets a 33% chance. I guess that's maybe a little higher than I thought it would be, but... Alright, let's move forward. We're gonna get up here and start blasting. Alright, so we'll need to pull in the sides here so that we make sure we get the phalanx going for Fulio. Good. We got great weapons for this. We do. We do. And do I want to put Broken Exile here? I'm not sure if I do. Actually, what I might do... It's not what I wanted to do. But I guess it's fine. Like if this guy goes up and attacks. We're just gonna net this pillager so we can't get in and do an attack next turn. Damn. Look at his health and calculate the fire damage. Oh yeah. So he's at 48, 10, 51. It might go down here in a second. It did. 48,025. It did at least 25. Body is hit for 29 damage. So it did at least 29 flesh damage. Fire is strong? Fire is strong. I really don't want this dog to die back here. I'd like to see if we can prevent that. Damn it. They sound so sad when they die too. It's so expensive when they die. There's so many downsides. My pocketbook. Where are you going, buddy? Grizzle was kind of suicidal. I mean, a little bit. The dogs do get a little overzealous. Must be from the strange meat. Must be. Okay. We got the two-handed wooden flail. It's not a bad weapon. Like, we might actually have a place for that. Seems worth using. We just don't really have a bro suitable for it, except for maybe Weslar in the future. I don't even want to spend the tools to fix it. Ah, whatever. We'll put it on him. You're a flail guy? I mean, you are. You are. This is true. Find hideout of the Death Defier. Let's not. He's got the two-handed. Yeah, he does. He does. All right, so he's got powerful strikes. So we could. Right, the future potential is there. All right, let's wait for morning and see if there's any commerce that we want to do. Sounds like a necro camp. It does. So we're gonna sell some stuff and Maybe buy some food. Could take the boat to Rasanan and then maybe hit up the southern city-states for contracts. And possibly even do a little caravan raiding while we're down there. It's been profitable so far. It's also the best place for us to look for recruits. Because there's still a lot of holes, right? Alright, so let's make our direwolf pelt mantle. Let's make a reinforced throwing net. I don't know. I mean, I suppose I should put this on something. The leather scale armor is just not that efficient. I guess what I kind of want is to get one male hauberk, because that's like a pretty like efficient but common armor. And I'm not talking about the male shirt. I want the male hauberk. Of course, you know, I could just toss it on like a linothorax because that's a pretty efficient, like nimble piece. It'd be okay. We'll get one once we can hit supply caravan. I mean, that's true. I just don't want to sit on it and do nothing with it. Should have killed those bounty hunters earlier. True. I'm gonna hang on to it for a little bit, but if we don't find a use for it soon, I'm just gonna use it. What are the chances for armor drops in Hardened? Yeah, so it's a sliding scale that goes from... So helmets have their own thing, but for body armors, it is from 100% durability to 50% durability. I believe it goes from like 100% to 0. So in other words, if an armor goes below 50% durability, you will never loot it at the end of the battle. And if it's at full durability, you're guaranteed to get it. I'm pretty sure. We'll get more attachments in the future, probably. Do I want to do a hunting beast? The thing is if this is hyenas, I'm actually kind of okay with doing it. I think we can do hyenas fine. And I'd like to maybe make some attachments. We'll take a look. Can we effectively spear wall now? Eh, kind of. In before 9 snacks? If it's 9 snacks, we cancel the contract and we move on. Nachos? Yeah, sure. This is fine. Get back here. Okay. And it's all just the lowest tier nacho, so it's a big whatever. Gonna drop our net on the ground. I don't think we got no business using that. Anyone still tracking the ROA on that negotiator? I don't think so. I think that kind of got lost. At least the net ROI. And it depends on how you define it, because we've lost a few contracts where your boy Slurgy was trying to negotiate when maybe he shouldn't have. Alright, I'm gonna wait here, here, here. Here we'll go and attack. I like the prospect of going for the stun here. Getting a nice daze. We can make a corpse and protect it. Not successfully, of course. Okay. Got him. Doesn't Nacho now get identified whether it's medium or big? Yes, it does. It does. And I guess I don't really want to blast here because I don't want to turn these into corpses. So I'm going to hold off for a moment. And yeah, I suspect they will enter fire to eat. I have to imagine they will. So we will enter fire to let them not eat. Boy, that really spooked him. What? 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 So did you ruin the science experiment? You know, I didn't want to ruin the run in the name of science. You'll have to forgive me. That nacho. Alright, we're at least gonna chase down this one. I'll send a message to Mama Nacho after this? Boy, I hope not. Mama Nacho is probably pretty mean. Alright, we're gonna say it's over now. We got some craftables to be able to make some trinkets, which is good. We like that. So we're gonna go ahead and craft one of these Nacho trophy necklaces. And I'll probably just go ahead and pop it on to a brother with particularly bad resolve. Actually, either Sir Kells or potentially Broken Exile. Since Broken Exile's kind of be hanging around the edge without brothers next to him, maybe that makes more sense. Just give it to him. You? Actually, we need to bring you out into the fighting line at some point soon. Okay, Fulio. Let's go ahead and grab Nimble here. We're not fools. Alright, we'll grab melee skill defense and Let's grab fatigue. By the way, enemy will still dance on fire or miasma tile only to get hit by it. It's a known vanilla AI bug that can make some enemies waste their turn. Sounds right. All right, Trash Comps is hit level 6, where we will get something. Might need to take the boys for beer soon. That's some low, yeah. The mood is not great. We just need to do more fighting. Fighting is the key to happiness for a mercenary company. It's a nice level up here. Is Rush of Battle any good? Looks like a mass survivability perk. I mean, I think of it mostly as a fatigue perk. And not a super great one. I think it's okay. I used to not have a super high opinion of it, but I was able to find some uses for it in the like No Towns all legendaries challenge run. I think I took it on like a couple brothers and found that it performed okay. It performed okay. Mostly I used it in certain situations where a bro with a polearm could be guaranteed to be able to rotate, I think is when I would calculate out like a specific fatigue threshold. Is that a max roll level up? Everywhere except for fatigue, yeah. It is a 7 out of 8. Perfect max roll level up, yeah. Oh, and range skill. Yeah, you're right. I like, my mind filtered that line. So I guess it's a 6 out of 8. My mind filtered range skill like it was irrelevant. Like it didn't even count. But it's true. That one is on the screen. So 6 out of 8. Still pretty good. And some say he's trash. Some say he's comps. I'm thinking about maybe grabbing the initiative since we've got flexible, and that'll be coming up here real soon. And I think the other stats are all acceptable, at least for now. We've got Death Wish too, so don't even really need that much more resolve on this brother. This might be a mistake, but I clicked it. And part of this is in service of level 11. You know what I could do? No, I can't. No, that's got to be a mistake. I guess one other thing is if he's going to ride the edge of the phalanx, we could give him dodge. That's not so bad. It's not that much value. It's like okay. There's nothing else here that's like super appealing. Adrenaline? Nah, I don't think so. I think by the time we pop adrenaline, that's like 1 turn of extra attacks and then we just get stammed out. So it's, I don't think there's, not on this brother. I'm just gonna grab dodge. If he's gonna hang out on the edge of the formation, I think I'm okay with that. Done that on a couple bros that are like on the corners. I think that's fine. That's what they used to call me in my frat. Alpha Sigma Rho, Pop Adrenaline. Pop Adrenaline. Is that a real fraternity? Or is that like a imaginary fraternity? Alright, let's sell some of these extra nacho horns. And the brain. I don't think we need those. And let's just walk along the desert roads. We could maybe do a little off-roading into the proper desert itself. That's the first 3 Greek letters that came to mind. Okay. Alpha, Sigma, and Rho. So Alpha and Sigma, I could see those coming up top of mind, right? Those are some of the most common. But Rho? That's surprising. Well, poop. Is this that same? Yeah, this is that exact same company we didn't fight earlier. They've exchanged some of their units. We figure out what a crown taker is? Yeah, it's just a stronger bounty hunter. And they're pretty spooky. They're pretty spooky, but I do feel like our bros are kind of well configured to fight against them. But still probably they're too strong. Yeah, we are weak. We are dumb. But mostly, we are cowards. Yeah, exactly. Dogs make running awkward if you change your mind. Yeah. By awkward, you mean suicide. And you die. And I agree with you. We have a bounty on our head, apparently. Yeah, apparently. There's a physician's gathering here. Wow. Cute. Very cheap tools. Let's go ahead and buy those. Go ahead and buy some rice as well. Cheap holy water. Yeah, now that I know it can't splash and only hits a single target, that really makes it a lot less good. It was changed. Learned this after a previous attempt at maybe using some holy water when I guess apparently we shouldn't have. I feel like most of this stream we've just been treading water. Like I don't feel like we've accomplished much of anything. We almost got 3K and then we didn't. Yeah, after you spent 4K on those flasks in a previous run? Yeah, yes. Yeah, we'll click on the screen elements just to feel something, to feel alive. So it's just early Geist killing juice now? Yeah, I mean, it's good for that, for sure. Now, let's see what's in the arena. 3 nomads. Yeah, I don't think we're going to fight 3 outlaws. It's a little more reasonable once we've hit level 7 on 3 brothers. But still not going to do it. Alright, I guess we'll travel along this desert road. Maybe we do a little off-roading? Could maybe see what's going on at the abandoned walls there. 7 to 10 hyenas? I think that's okay. We can do 7 to 10 hyenas. Outlaws in the arena are so strong now with the new dodge. Right, yeah, that's true. Okay, they're a little bit unbalanced in their charge. so we'll meet him. And I'm deciding if I want to spear wall here. I think I maybe don't, because I don't think they're going to run up here anyway. Yeah, I guess they are. But apparently not all the way in range, I guess? Kind of surprising. Let's not move. Well, I suppose if someone can move forward, I suppose it's probably apples and fruits. Since he's got flexible, they're not going to be able to get through bleeds to him for quite some time. Yeah, they're just lining up for blasting. They are. And I do like that. And I suppose if we hit here, we might be able to put him in range to finish with the pole mace, maybe? No. So let's stun here. Yeah, I like that. When in doubt, spear wall it out. Good attacks by trash comps. It's beautiful. Good. So they choose the spear over the flame tile. That is interesting. Huh. Huh. Not supposed to be able to get away. Oh. Why did I step in the flame? Am I dumb? That's right. So anyways, I started blasting. Words to live by. see if we can get a doggo to jump on this hyena back here. I don't want him to get away. Do I have any more dogs that I haven't released? That's the real question. Kind of looking like the answer might be no. Yeah, that hyena is getting away. The dogs aren't going to be able to chase him down. All right, 2 hyena pelts. 2 is an awkward number. It's not enough for the attachment. Disaster. All right, Master Maticus has leveled up. We just hit level 6. We're hoping we get another +3 in melee skill, and we do. You love to see it. All you see are 2 dog armors. Yeah. Maybe. All right, so maybe I go with through the gaps here. Circle back for that. I think we probably do. It's got to be cheaper to craft them than to buy. I mean, it is. Good luck, brothers. I shall return later. Hey, have a good one, Brewski. I was gonna see if the queue was up. It's not, of course. Actually, hold up. Did I put it in timeout? No, okay. I did. All right, so if we attack this trading caravan, they will go hostile. And I'm okay with that. Hey, Slurgy just joined. How's today's stream going? It's okay. We managed to get the cart upgrade to bring the team up to bringing 11 brothers into battle at once. But it's been a pretty slow... I feel like we've just been treading water since then. If I want to keep raiding this place, I could do a contract for them, just so I can raid them in the future. Why are there multiple southern cities? It is a additional feature of the Crockpot submod for Reforged, a partner mod with Hardened. Yeah, there are only 3 normally. That's correct. That's correct. It is from Crockpot from that list. It adds 3 like smaller southern city-state locations. I don't know, maybe I'll do this obtain artifact. Lost a little bit of relations, just some baby loss. But I think we're okay for this kind of fight. Do I bring Weslar? I guess so. And let's give Slurgy the heavy throwing axes. Even though it'll probably be nighttime when we arrive. Doing contracts feels right. Too many camps out of range for us. Sadly, it's true. Alright, so let's see what we got. Why are we being attacked? What do you mean we can't see what's heading for us? Okay, this is okay. I think this is manageable. And so, let's look. Skeleton. Yeah, so having incendiary rounds actually is like bad, actively bad. Well, I guess, I don't know, we make the burning tiles, which I suppose is fine. We'll just throw some heavy throwing axes anyway. Depending on how they approach, we'll probably do a little baby scooch anyway. Right, and do legionaries have... Okay, so they have long reach, but they do not have... Oh, they have phalanx? Oh, I suppose, yeah. They just all do. They don't have any of the other polearm perks. Yeah, I think if... Yeah, yep, I think OTT Luke is right. It has to be a new run, because it adds... You know, it's essentially like stuff that it does on seed creation, right? What is calculated strikes? So if they act before the target in the turn order, they do 20% more damage. But it makes you have less initiative, so it's kind of hard for the player to take. And realistically, that's not going to happen to us, right? We're always going to be faster than them. So we're going to do a little baby scooch here. Okay, so what I want to try to do is get there to be melee contact in the middle of the round so that the other ones run forward more aggressively. Sir Kells can go ahead and do it. I think that's fine. So now this will change their AI pattern to recognize melee contact, and then they're just going to run forward more aggressively. Okay, make sure to free up this hex for a sword lance. Okay. Ka-chonk. That was good. That was important damage. %20 increased damage versus fleeing characters, I suppose. Does it punish waiting? No, because you still acted before them in the round, even if you waited. I didn't get the kill there. Alright, so we just need to get on top of the legionaries so that they have the crowded debuff on them. I guess it's not a debuff. Crowded aspect? Let's go with debuff. The crowded malice? So that they become crowded. Status? Modifier? Modifier. Status. Both of those are better than whatever I said. It's a good stun. Affliction? Ooh, affliction. put it on our t-shirt. Oh, I guess Fulio's will be fine here, but... Social anxiety? Social anxiety. We will give them the crowded social anxiety. Yes. It took us a while, but we got there. Have you fought the bar? Now, I've not. I just learned that that's what they're called. I want to know nothing more about them. I now know that that is their name. I have not seen them, and I want to discover it when I see it. But no, I have not fought them. Man, these guys are tough. Yeah, we can go here. It's gonna be really crowded, so he's gonna struggle to hit. If you had no skin, muscles, fat, or organs, you would have social anxiety too. It'd be pretty much the only thing you would have at that point. Wow, he still has a 45% chance to hit? That is wild. What does he have, 75 melee skill? Okay. So we got the ancient bladed pikes. I don't know that we have a good use for those right now. No damage. Nice and clean, just the way we like it. We hate taking damage. Who here likes taking damage? Nobody. Sometimes we do anyway, because we are weak, dumb, and cowards after all. Alright, on the Chaucer, let's go ahead and grab one with a shield. We'll circle back for it. And this brother has medium armor coming up, so let's grab the initiative. You just found a day 9 tier 1 undead camp that is just 12 Geists. Yeah, if it's the graveyard, that's a fairly common camp layout. Not super common that you'll expect to see it, but not so rare that it'll surprise you, at least eventually. All right, so let's go ahead and grab Anticipation on this brother. And we're gonna be pumping this this range defense. It's gonna be a weird brother, but we've got long-term plans. Never seen it before in your life? Yeah, so it's, I assume it was one of the like cemetery or graveyards. That's where you'll see that particular composition. Ooh. How do you stun / daze a skeleton if they have no brain? By returning an island you control to your hand instead of paying its mana cost. Wow. Incredible. Incredible. All right, so I head up and beat up that contract now that they feel okay about us. It may have traveled too far, but I suppose we're done with the desert, and we may as well pass through this desert road. I don't even think we're gonna go this way. They don't like us over here. And they're gonna keep not liking us. filthy blue player. Man, chat is harsh. They're colorist. Blue is even worse than red? I have a soft spot for Orzhov. Especially, I don't know. There was a period where, what set was it? There was a limited set where life gain was like a pretty legitimate deck archetype and limited, like for just draft, that I really enjoyed playing. And it was black-white. I wish I could remember what set it was. And I really enjoyed drafting that. Like it made for like really interesting decisions. I don't know. So ever since then I've had a soft spot for any sort of like life gain synergy and also Orzhov. Whether or not it's good, I just like it. Ravnica? It might have been. Let me see. It might have been the Ravnica Revisited, though, or whatever. It doesn't look like... I don't think it was Orzhov. Actually, it wasn't Ravnica. Oh no, maybe it was. Nah, I'm not gonna figure that out right now. Maybe it was though. Yeah, it wasn't an OG set. It was like it was from maybe 5 years ago or so. Maybe closer to that. The original Ravnica would have been too long ago. All right, so we're gonna attack this caravan, then skedaddle. Made you sad to see there's a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Yeah, I saw that. I don't know. I don't really have strong opinions on those types of sets. Like they've done Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Final Fantasy. What else have they done? A few others. I understand. Convince me to like it or dislike it. Because I really don't have a strong opinion. And I know it is something that's really polarizing for people. I just find it kind of interesting. I don't know. Avatar was a cool set. I mean, that's the thing is like, I think a lot of what's going to drive your opinion on whether you like it or not is going to be like, did you like that specific IP that is being represented? Avatar was cool to you? Avatar, I could see where Avatar would be good as a Magic set. I didn't play it, so got no opinion. Wow, low on fatigue. The other cards are just cards to you? I mean, that's kind of how I feel about Magic cards generally. Like, I like when there's good theming, but it's mostly for the purposes of the deck building. Like, I don't actually really care that much, I guess. I think it dilutes both the base game and the specific IP for a purely capitalist reason. Yeah, I would say that is a very accurate description. It's a very accurate description of what's going on, but I could still see someone enjoying it despite that. But I think that is that's pretty accurate, Ubercore. But I do think that there is something about like what Apples and Fruits just, yeah, good boy. Just acknowledge that like converting themes from a piece of media into mechanics, there's cool space for that. I don't know. Limited is your favorite format, so as long as the sets are balanced for draft, you don't really care about the shameless shilling. That's kind of how I feel, and I feel the same. I don't really care about Constructed because it's a bit of a mess. And I feel like Constructed is ultimately not... There aren't as many decision points. So I find Limited far more interesting. And I also love just like low power magic. Like I love it when my 2/2 creature beats a 2/3 creature because I gave it +1/+1 as a combat trick, you know? Like that's kind of nonsense. It feels a lot more interesting than like, you know, oh, I got my 3-card combo that I play in a perfect sequence and does infinite damage, right? So I don't know, Construct is just not as interesting. At least to me. They will love our beer here. They will. Or at least you would think that they would. But they don't like us at all. And they've got abducted children. So might still sell the strange meat, but... we'll just get rid of the strange meat. I'm thinking about trying to turn back and go after that caravan. I'm going to see at least if that noble army has given up. It hasn't. I kind of want to get out and explore the map a little bit at some point. I don't know. There's not really that many camps we can bust. I guess we should just raid this central faction some more. That's probably the safest play. Can we fight Geists? In limited number, yeah, definitely. No, graveyards are fine. Graveyards, the small like shabbily shacks, those are all fine. Most of the low tier camps are fine. All right, return stolen item. We'll do one of these. I just kind of want to get out onto the map. I want to get our second follower going as well. Either the scout or the surgeon. Either one would be fine. Level 4-man supply caravan? Yeah, I think they're just going to be spawning bigger than that now, though. Alright, thugs, poacher, outlaws, vandals. This is whatever. You love your shacks, like a little cozy snack along the way? Right. They're nice. Do cultists get something extra in the Reforged mod? That is a good question. I don't know. Anyways, I started blasting. Okay, we're just gonna chill right here with our shield wall. We would love a shield sergeant. Oh, I maybe should have attacked these three instead. Oh. What? What are they doing? Are they dumb? Okay, those are the only 2 attacks I'm really concerned about, are the 2 Vandals. I mean, I don't feel pressure to make melee contact. Like, if they're gonna chill back here... That's my shield, you jerk. That was so mean. Got him. He laughed at me. I am amazed that this guy's not fleeing. Oh, and I should change back to the regular jabs. On Slurgy. Let's do that now. Instead of the heavy throwing axes. I think when their slinger got on the high ground for a second, they reevaluated to a range advantage. Kind of cute. Yeah, I think that is what happened. I think that is correct. The first Phil's Moose Company, they need to just give it up. You know? Like, this is not their arena, right? They just need to leave. We could explore this area of the map, I suppose. If we're being chased from the east, we could just buy some food here. It's pretty cheap. Just buy some bread and head out west. Maybe explore that section of the map. Let's just do it. And then we can make our way back up to Lugnestead and sell stuff there. Or maybe Vardestead. That's fine too. That's right, they have no jurisdiction here. That's right. This is the land of House Bartholin. And they've got no business here. I'd like to see their arrest warrant. You know, produce the proper paperwork. It's not your domain. Go home. This is basically our first, like, proper trip out into the wilderness. This is our private domicile and we will not be harassed. Yeah, that's right. This is private property. This is the Wide Watch. Yeah, let's take a peek on this mountain. Nothing. Let's move over to this mountain, maybe peek on this one. And we see... nothing. But we'll head back up north. You're not operating a motor vehicle, you're merely traveling from one location to another. That's right. That's right. And this is Baby's first adventure. Babby's first adventure. Nothing. Wow. Uneventful. Battle Brothers Homeowners expansion, yes. Where you must appease your HOA. Follow all the bylaws. Sunken Battlefield. That ain't happening. These are super spooky, super scary, and we are weak, we are cowards. We're also dumb. I guess we know it's there for later. Alright, let's make our way to Vardestead, I guess. Yeah, way too spoopy. Not very fruitful adventures. Alright, let's see what they got for hires. Nobody. Never leave your dead bro bin on the sidewalk past Tuesday. Right. Otherwise, you'll get a stern talking to from Karen next door. So we'll probably sell stuff now. The sale price is pretty good with the ambush trade routes. So we're going to do that. And then we're going to accept the contract to drive off those barbarians. We don't need extra flails. So we do have enough crowns where if we wanted to get one of the 2,500 followers, we could. So we could get the scout. I mean, I do like traveling 20% faster through forests and mountains. More vision while on a hill or mountain. And then it just gets rid of a bunch of like really negative events from the pool. I don't know. I think maybe I should just get the scout. I also really like getting the surgeon. The surgeon is a insurance policy against permanently losing experience, which is nice. And also just like losing good bros, but we're gonna be careful in the fights we take anyway. Right? Right. So we're gonna go ahead and grab the scout. We won't need the surgeon until we get level 11 bros. I mean, true. Oh, 4 to 6 reavers? This is nothing. Just don't get hit? Just don't get hit. I guess they're pretty spooky reavers. Do they have Pathfinder? Of course they do. All right, so we're gonna do a baby scoot. We're gonna scoot 1 hex. What's the perk that lets them move and attack 2? So that one is Vigorous Assault, and they do not have it. They used to in a previous version of Hardened, but they do not have that perk anymore. I believe it was also taken away from Barbarian Chosen. No, I don't think the Chosen do anymore, though. Maybe I might be wrong on that. Certainly, I would recommend checking. All right, I guess I'll just focus damage here. Yeah, actually, if we attack him enough, No Man 1220 is gonna go before him in the turn order. Okay. Did you fight Chosen even once in the No Towns run? I don't think so. Pretty sure not even once. Lit a fire under that fella. Having high initiative sure is nice. And do I reload or... You know what, I think I'm just gonna throw a jab. Oh, like I went all the way there. I gave him a couple injuries, but they don't really matter that much, huh? I don't think Weslar can get one-tapped from this weapon, but it'll be close. Yeah, I think he'll just barely survive it. He did not. Hit him in the head for exactly lethal? Damn. Yeah, hit him in the head. Hit him for exactly lethal. Well, so it goes. File that complaint with Reddit. Rigged RNG. I'm on it. The world needs to know. It wasn't meant to be. It wasn't supposed to happen that way. Oh, I'm breaking up my phalanx. What am I doing? This guy's confident. This is stupid. I should not have broken up the phalanx. Still has 9 lives, so we can take an entire other hit like that and be fine. The train's gonna make it hard to get to him, though. You would. Well, Weslar. Still even got your armor through it. Wow. Damn. Well, we got a new hammer for Plaguebird. And we got a mace for Eagledub. Weslar should have rolled 9 lives. Yeah. Honestly. True. And Sir Kells is way out of commission. With a broken leg, Sir Kells is going to be sitting out for At least 5 to 7 days. All right, Advanced Lightning has reached level 7, so we're going to go ahead and grab Flexible. Only a +2 roll here, huh? Should put these Flail. Did do the same thing here. Oh wow, I already did. You wish you could heal a broken leg in 5 to 7 days? It'd be pretty incredible. I'd probably still take the melee defense anyway, it's just such an important stat. Let's just grab the 4 resolve. 42 is still a little low. Okay. Your headcanon is that a Battle Brothers day equals an IRL week. I wonder how well that works for the other time frame things. That might be a pretty good approximation, actually. Okay, so let's sell stuff here. The sale price is still pretty favorable. Guess we're not going to need that flail anymore. And the crude metal helmets are like okay, but if we've got the skull cap with males available and the padded nasal helmets, they're just like a little bit worse. I don't think we bother. And do I buy these tools? I think no. And I'm thinking about whether I want to buy some food. Probably not. Marauding Greedskins around Widetall. That is more than a day east of here. That's so far. All right, so we're gonna head up to these two towns real quick. And we're gonna look for recruits and get some dogs, I guess. And we'll go to Lugnstead. Weslar would have liked a crude full helm. Well, he died with a spiked skull cap on. And it provides the exact same defense. So it sadly wouldn't have made a difference. I don't know, what am I doing here? Okay, so let's see what we got for recruits. We'll admire some beautiful armor. Consider it admired. Oh yeah, we should look at the stats of the warhounds to compare them to the dogs. Now that that's been fixed. It's hard to survive a bonk to the head for any level 3 bro. Maybe we can buy that hauberk for your pelt. We can't. Yeah. That's all right. We'll find something here soon. Is the heater worth buying? I don't think so. All of the bros that we have using shields right now are, for the most part, all in a phalanx. So I don't think there's sufficient benefit to doing so. Not with the brothers we have at the moment anyway. Oh, I'm gonna get a little food. All right, so we burned our money on dogs. I don't know. I just need to be more careful with the dogs. We've spent so much money. Huh. Men, take everything you can from the cart. Love an early heal. Oh yeah, an early heater in vanilla is awesome. I agree. It is incredible. Alright, we'll make our way to Lugenstead. Maybe I could explore like just over here first real quick. Just to see if we can find some fights and stuff. Okay, well. Guess not. Had a lot of trouble finding camps and just like regular fights just off the roads this run. It was a cheap doggo, but it was like kind of unaffordable. Like for how much money we've got at the moment anyway. We are gonna fight these groups of barbs though. Kinda need to. We're not going to be able to scoot and shoot. I guess we're going to eat a couple hammer attacks. Not my favorite. Damn. And we're going to wait a minute on Eagledub. I'm going to see if we can get the kill on that Warhound to do the AoE dazing. You personally, you love getting hammered. Reasonable. It's not my favorite though. I actually bought some non-alcoholic like IPAs and hazies when I was at Costco because I was like, I really like a good summer beverage. Oh, I wasn't gonna kill that enemy. Oops. But I kind of don't like being intoxicated that much, actually. But I like the flavor. Like, I like the taste. Wow, that didn't even one-shot him. You don't like drinking poison? How dare? I mean, sometimes I do. In certain situations, I do. Like, I'm not gonna act terribly holier than thou about it. But like, certainly not always. I'm gonna wait here and let Fulio get in and do an attack. Get the from all sides buff. Debuff? Debuff. Even though it does mean standing in flame. Good. Wanted to hit that stun. More of a Devil's Lettuce guy yourself. Hangover's not worth it. Yeah, that's also reasonable. Usually down for the first 1 to 2 drinks. Getting hammered though, not the biggest fan. Yeah. That's... I feel the same. Like, there's a time and a place. I don't know. But it's just not most of the time. Alright, we want this guy to miss. Actually, even better, not attack at all. He rotated the dog in so that he could move. Oh, I wonder if it's because he's got this split hand and evaluated that. Wow, okay. I'm happy with his decision. Still can't hit him, of course, but like... Sir. The time was 21 and the place was college? Yeah, that's about right. Alright, so we did lose a shield, and I think we're out of Adargas, because I wasn't keeping any backups. Yeah, we're down. No, we're not. We're good. But that's our last one. At least if we're gonna field 5 Phalanx Bros. I mean, we could always just, like, if we lose a shield, just field 1 less, and that's okay. Slurdy's gained another level, gain level 8. I think it's time to circle back and grab Nimble. Not having this is way too spooky. So on the previous level up, I took the melee skill. And now that will mean that when, not if, but when we get our realized potential, that'll bring it up to 71, which will be over the threshold of 70, which will mean that hybridization gives an extra 10 range defense, which will be really nice. So I suppose I'll just grab hit points. Yeah, especially without 9 lives, right? And a really big healthy hit point pool with Colossus. So... All right, we'll make our way to Lugnestead. Slurgy not having 9, flavor fail, I know. And not being a spear bro. Big flavor fail. 9 lives is like especially iconic though. For the hardened runs. All right, so we've got a cripple here. You love to see it. Let's see what we got. Another defensive bro. What is going on? We don't need more of these. We don't. We don't. This isn't what we need. We don't need more short kings. We need huge sword lances. We need tacticians. We need a banner. Very nice stats. Are they? Please don't hit him to my camp. Yeah, it's hard to find a balance. I've definitely had other campaigns where I would kill for a brother like this. But yeah, I don't know, like this brother is just like not it. I don't think his stats aren't that good. It's pretty much just fatigue and HP, right? So his secondaries are sufficient, but he's just not that good. Right? Yeah, exactly. He's got the fat, but nothing to do with it. His future is grim. And is there anything else we want to buy or do here? Oh, we can make a regular large powder bag. Indom plus shield plus 7 base MDef. Yeah, but we don't need that. Like the team just does not need that. Is the thing. All right, let's do a return stolen item. I'm not enjoying the negotiation failing and hurting relations. Wow, what is this? This is like a nothing group. Would have been a great day one, brother. Yeah, there's been a lot of that going on. Negotiator just seems about as good as vanilla, which is, you know, not very. Yeah. 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 Not very good. Sadly, it's true. All right, we're gonna chill this full round. So if Slurgy goes here, yeah, he can't. But we could go here and blast these guys. Kind of tempted. I don't think they'll have line of sight, right? Okay, so they do. He hit him in the head twice. Rude, honestly. His best negotiating feat was negotiating a spot on our roster. Yeah, I did a good job of that one. You just think he should give you one more free money demand or whatever, like in vanilla? I think that's how it works. Yeah, I think that's how it works. I've also, I don't think, ever hired him. But the current implementation just seems... I guess just as bad as vanilla, I don't know. Not particularly good. Yeah, negotiation minigame is not great. It really isn't. Like, I don't know. It doesn't feel like a super interesting cost benefit going into the decision of whether to do it or not. The train here, like, sucks. I'm not worried about the outcome of this fight in any way, but the train is kind of annoying. Yeah, he should at least make it where you don't lose a full point of reputation for the first attempt. Yeah, that feels like unnecessary, I guess. He should make it so you want to negotiate. He's a negotiator. You know, maybe I shouldn't have released that dog, because I don't want... It's very, very, very low risk, but I guess... Oh yeah, I was going to look at the difference between the stats of the Warhound and the War Dog. Yeah, so down to 10 AP. Has 70 hit points though. That's the big differentiating factor is just like a big chunk more hit points, more melee skill, less melee defense, same resolve, less initiative. Has Steel Brow. Steel Brow is making a big difference in the Warhound survivability. When they've got armor anyway. Oh, I guess I could have put, well, it'll probably be fine. Let's get the reach weapons up there. Alright, the Fool is fleeing. Fool is dead. Hounds with plus 20 HP and Steel Brow seem worth the added cost. 10 versus 12 AP doesn't seem that bad. Yeah, and their attack is actually a 5 AP attack, which is kind of weird. So, you know, War Dogs can move 1 hex and then attack twice. War Hounds don't have that luxury. They can still attack twice, they just can't move before they do it. But honestly, that's overall kind of whatever. Alright. Ulfadin, one of our goated Sword Lance bros. Another plus 3 melee skill. Has he only rolled plus 3s? It's been good. I don't know what the rolls have been, but they've been good. We've also been able to take a bunch of melee defense. Not this level, but he's got Battle Forged. You only bring your best? I'm loving it. Your best is like that Radiohead song. Your best is good enough. It's a good song. You say take that 4 resolve roll? Yeah, it's either the resolve or HP. I'm just not sure which one. We like resolve because we want him to go confident, like quickly when the battle starts turning. And we don't want him to be negatively affected too much either. But he's not going to be taking much melee contact, so the resolve's not super important stat. Yeah, I'm fine with it. I think it's okay. Yeah, we could take Colossus, and in fact we could maybe take Colossus on this level. If we wanted. The perks on this row aren't super appealing to us. And I don't think there's anything we're super missing. There's just so many more resolve checks in Hardened. Well, the Ancient Dead no longer have Fearsome. Which is a weird thematic choice. I kind of liked them having Fearsome, but whatever. Yeah, in fact, we could just get Colossus now. Yeah, nothing else here is super appealing. Colossus feels comfy. Colossus feels comfy. Yeah, that's a good way to describe it. You like Rush of Battle? I don't mind Rush of Battle since we did get rotation. Yeah, exactly, Choppy Cat, exactly. Helps you rotate out if you need to rotate into a dangerous spot. Armed Curlier to Harlingen. No. So let's sell stuff here. Sale price is only okay, but we're way up here in the Northlands. Let's just offload. And maybe buy some food and then maybe explore the north up here. We could see if we could find the icy cave. We're not going to be able to do it until probably our first level 11, bro. I mean, probably, right? I can't imagine doing it with anyone else. Yeah. Or second level 11, bro, since the first will be Slurgy. Oh, true. Yeah, Slurgy's not gonna be suitable. He's weak. Fairly cheap Warhound here. Yeah, okay. Let's just do a little exploring. See if we can find some good fights up here. It's maybe not a great place to be looking because I don't know that there's that many barbarian camps or fights that we'd want to take. A lot of the undead are going to be too strong for us. The beasts that are up here are like the frosty unholds, which we're not going to fight. How are we versus unholds? A little bit better now that we have a few level 7s, but we can really only take a few. The reality is, wow. Oh. This is one of those new locations. I have not seen this yet. Oathstone Barrows. One of the men saw smoke curling from the mound at dawn. There's no chimney under earth, is there? Yeah, that's a very high named item chance. Well, you're gonna love these guys? I believe you. And yeah, we found the icy cave, like, found the icy cave. That's right, we are weak, we are dumb, we are cowards. Words to live by. Also, I've been thinking, I don't even know that I want the Falcon on Slurgy. A lot of times we're shooting in the first turn and he doesn't have a ton of fatigue to use the release Falcon ability. But I suppose keeping it for the initiative for later is actually fine too. Yeah. Yeah, Falcon on the high end, it feels good though. Yeah, that's true. So yeah, there's a piece of me, and I'm not going to do it, but there's a piece of me that's like, Eagledub could maybe do it, right? We give him the leather scale armor, he just gets lucky. He just gets lucky with the two-handed spike mace. Your strategy shouldn't involve just getting lucky. He's a bleeder. It would be stupid. So, we move on. 20 to 30% chance to win. Even that feels a little bit optimistic. It's below 50 though, I agree with that. I mean, maybe that percent chance is about right. I think it might be even lower though. Hard to say. Yeah, I agree. Not ready for that yet. I just want the shiny cleaver, just in case it's good. The place was sealed with a runestone none could read. Now the doors open and something watches from within. There's a 49% chance of a named item here. I think we don't belong up here. All right, so I guess the new faction is just only in the snow. That's what I mean, we haven't seen it anywhere else. I guess we haven't explored much tundra though. All right, we're just gonna get out of here. If that's the type of camps that are populating the snowy north, we seemingly have no business there. Let's just go. Let's just leave. All right, we're gonna stop losing dogs. When do we get our third? Okay, third follower is not too far away. Looks like the barbarians won. Yeah, I'll finish them off. Oh, they got... Oh. There was a second group there. Never mind. We are not going to fight 22. Oh yeah, they're stacked on top of each other. I can just barely see a second like section of text. Wow, that's sneaky. This road doesn't continue on, does it? Trash Comps wants to enter Hide the War Dog into a local dog fighting circle. What is the chances here? I have to imagine we decline this. All right, so you pay 200 crowns. And you can, yeah, no, I don't think this is going to be worth it. Looking at the value prop here. You can either win 300 net or lose the dog. Nah, it's not going to happen. Big game hunt. No. These contracts suck. Everything sucks. This stream has been a disaster. I feel like I've gotten no progress on the squad. Like I don't feel like we've really accomplished much at all. We haven't even really found that many fights or gained that much experience. Like, I don't know. I want to find like smaller, easier undead camps, ideally. We have Flexi Bros, so something positive. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Do we have too much renown for small undead camps? Not to find them. I mean, like just to see them on the map, not for contract purposes. Got him. Come on, friends, get in here. They're being shy. I missed. I missed. The team is not very accurate. Okay. Pretty much nothing out of that. Got nothing out of that. But, you know, a win's a win. A W is a W. We take that. We take that. Maybe we try to explore some of the regions around the central area of the map, like the green Briggyville, basically. Hunting webnecks. 900 crowns to hunt some webnecks. Okay. I guess we do that. It's a 3 skull. Keep your eyes peeled. Good XP, chance for catastrophic failure, poor rewards, feels right. It's kind of been par for the course. My goodness, where are these webnecks going? That is a lot of webnecks. Now, what I'm wondering is if I can engage them from non-forest terrain, or does it always count as them attacking us? No, okay. All right, so we do get the non-forest terrain. Okay, so they've got 11 AP, and their web is 6. So if they move 2 tiles, they can still web us. But if they move 3, they cannot. So we're gonna scoot and shoot 2 hexes. Yeah, we got a cute little hill. And this will let us get our phalanx on. Will dogs prioritize eggs? That's a good question. I no idea. I see what you're thinking though. Get him to attack this one back here. Like, I like the idea. And should I rotate so Eagledub can finish off that one? No, I might just stun there. The arming swords are really good for this fight. And maybe I don't want to put Plague Bird up here. A lot of them did rotate up north. I mean, we can have Nomad 1220 step up and reap in the future. Why is that? That still happens every once in a while. Where in the plan your perks, I don't know if it's like a... I don't know. Every once in a while, like, something will be marked and I don't know why. He's got good defenses, but... I also don't want Vance Lightning to be surrounded by 4 hexes. Let's go up here. Yeah, all the dogs are on our Phalanx Bros, so we can't even get a dog back on these eggs back here. And I don't know that I release a dog now. Not there, not yet. And I would spear wall, but I guess it's a little bit, what's the point? Alright, this place we will put a dog to prevent as good of a surround. Huh, so they don't want to go on Plaguebird at all? Oh, okay, I guess they do. That's a lot of sticky webbing. And with Slurchy, you know what? Let's just be a bro. I do want No Man 1220 to be able to move up to this hex pretty badly. So let's see if we can maybe arrange for that to happen. It's close. Let's get... I think we just gotta break out. Yeah, I wasn't sure where that guy would go. I could try to step out of zone of control. I guess I don't. I think I just attack. And I think I'm gonna do it if I fail though, right? I don't really want No Man 1220s. It's the only part of the formation I'm really concerned about. We just need to set this bro free. Ow. And what is this hit chance? 64? That is way too high. Hit him in the head too, which sucks. Yeah, Plaguebird's not in a good spot. Spider fights are crazy in Crockpot. Why do we think that is? All right, I kind of want to walk through this zone of control. Yeah. Because I wanted to do that. There's been a few times where you have the fight one and one spider's retreating, then eggs hatch and there's 7, so they come back. Oh, that happens in vanilla too. I've definitely had that happen in vanilla. I won't say frequently, but not infrequently either. %22% chance to succeed to break out of the webbing. I actually wonder if it's better to attack this guy because we'll get a kill. Then we can move here with Advanced Lightning and hopefully finish this guy off before he gets a chance to attack. Feels way more frequent now. Yeah, maybe it is. Let's see. So we are... Unless he gets hit in the head, I mean, Plaguebird will live. If he gets hit in the body, he'll be fine. So I guess we just throw a jab here. Oh, he didn't even attack. He attacked a different bro. Well, okay. Do bandages get rid of poison? I guess they probably don't. That dog is feeling quite brave. This fight should be pretty good experience. Many spiders have died this day. I do want this one to die. Ah, good boy. Take down that egg. I have no idea if the eggs grant experience or not. Literally no idea. Alright, we can say it's over now. Very nice. I guess it wasn't that much experience. I don't know. I guess 300 some is pretty good. It's better than most of the fights that we're taking, so, like, I don't know. You just got back in? Are you still alive? Yep, still alive. Still alive. Still alive. Still alive. Okay, with the web next dispatched, you have the company briefly search the creature's nest, though the mercenaries are ordered to never wander alone. You muck about as well, J-Chan at your side. Together you spot a tree that's remarkably untouched by the webs. As you circle around, you find a knight's corpse leaning against its trunk. His hand rests atop a broken sword's pommel, the other hand is missing altogether. Nothing but sleeve of the wrists and the mutilated arm couched at his belly. The corpse rests in a nest of its own making, a thicket of what looks like spoiled rhubarb stalks and decayed carapaces. The broken body's caverned and smelling of poison. J-Chan nods. That's a right shame. I'd wager he would have made a sound addition to the Dregs 5. Murder hobos, whoever he was. Indeed, it is all but the look of the fighter's end. You've mind to bury him, but you've no time. You tell J-Chan to fetch what he can from the corpse and to ready a return to Heartwind of Whitetail. A decayed coat of scales. Huh. Was that Scott Pennick, the famous YouTube singer, guest singing on Slurgy's Twitch stream? I'm making a note here. Huge success. I don't even know if I could. I certainly can't play that song anymore without looking at a chord chart. It's got some weird chords, actually. Plaguebird did not get an injury from that, though. It's kind of surprising. Casey definitely imagined that as having a Jamaican accent. You know, we just do the accents at random. They don't usually make sense. They're always like a little bit offensive, but they're not accurate enough to be offensive to any specific group in particular. That's the beauty. Like, am I offending Jamaica, East Asia, North Africa, Ireland, Russia, South America, Canada? Who the hell knows? No one can be offended because the accent is so bad it could be anyone. How we doing, boss? We're doing all right. Generically offensive, that's what we're going for. Except Germans, you have that accent down. True. And the Finns. It's so hard to do a Finnish accent these days, you know? You must put emphasis on the first syllable of every word. And then you've got Finnish. Yeah, I have no idea who to give this armor to. It doesn't feel like... I don't know. It's like... It's not a great armor. Don't get me wrong. Like, it's really heavy. Can you finish that sentence? How does encumbrance work again? So below 50, for every 10 below 50, you have a penalty for moving of 1 additional fatigue over what it would normally be. So if you're at 40, you have 1. If you have 30, you have 2. 20, you have 3. And it just makes it harder to move around the battlefield. So at encumbrance level 1, since we're between 40 and 50, we build up 1 additional fatigue per tile traveled. Your friend is an Estonian and you poke fun at him because they pronounce the V like W, so he says November. Yeah. November. That's actually kind of charming. Now out of it a rhythm and you have a metal singer. Well, that's why the Finns know their metal music. Your friend is Brazilian and he does that to ours? What? Really? That's Vevi. Weird. Weaved. Whoa. Huh. All right, I guess we're gonna do this to Vance Lightning. We'll give him this armor. Doesn't quite feel productive, but... Oh, R's into W's. Oh, why did I think... Oh, I get it. Oh, yeah. R's into W's? Yeah. That's... I think that's a common, like, speech development pattern, even for, like, people born in the US. One of my childhood friends had that, spoke like that when he was really young. Like 5-ish years old. All right, No Man 1220 has hit the grand level 7. And I'm so tempted to take Death Dealer, but I'm gonna do the safe thing and just grab Flexible. I'm just gonna grab Flexible. It keeps him a lot safer. But this brother has, I can't believe it, but 70 hit points, not even with Colossus. This brother is a monster. No, a +1 in melee skill. I just complimented you. How could you fail me? That's okay. I think we probably still take the +1 in melee skill though. Fire him? Fire, you're fired. Take your 420 and get out of here. No. I'm still gonna take the +1 though. It's just too important of a stat. And I'm not really gonna bother about initiative here. I know we have Flexible. We're gonna be wearing pretty light armor, and the idea is just don't get hit. Mostly it's gonna be, we want the less armor penetration from attacks, and we're just gonna call it good there. So we could either do the melee defense or resolve here. I think we'll still take a +3 melee defense. There will be situations where something attacks him, especially like reach weapon versus reach weapon kind of situation. Like he gets close to, say, undeads with pikes. They're going to be attacking him because they assess him as a threat. That's going to happen. I think it already has happened. It's going to happen more. So I don't expect him to be taking melee contact, but, you know, reach weapon versus reach weapon. Okay. That was a nice contract we completed, though. And where to now? What I'm thinking is I want to sort of explore these areas of the map we've never been. Like in here, or in here, maybe even in here. We could start going east of here. Maybe I buy some cheap medical supplies. So yeah, let's go east maybe. Are the green hats with the feathers the most stylish in the game? No. There is I'm quite fond of the Witch Hunter hat, personally. That's my vote for most stylish. This one's good too, though. It's a matter of personal taste at that point. Yeah, let's go east of here. Let's just explore maybe down into here. I don't know. Buying medical supplies? Who are you and what have you done with Slurgy? I know. They were below 200. The pimp hat icon is the most stylish unobtainable item. You know what's really nice? It's a very rare item. I think you can get it from like dogs digging it up. And I don't know of any other conditions, but there's a Magi armor. It exists. You know they'll heal without the supplies. I know. All right, Shattered Stronghold. We'll take a peek. We'll probably end up running, but we'll take a peek. We'll bring a net. She might help us. Gorblins? A shaman? No, 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 no. He's... I need to pee. I'll be right back. This is a disaster. This is not good. All right, I am back. So this is bad. So there's two different tiers of goblins now. There's the fighter, and I don't even know if this is the lower tier one or the higher tier. It's fighter and skirmisher, and then it's ambusher and stalker. So stalker is higher level than the ambusher. Oh yeah, actually you can pretty clearly see the difference. Oh yeah, so skirmisher and fighter. And then ambusher and stalker. So this is a lot of the higher tier one on both sides. This is not good. So the shaman's going to root a bunch of us. Oh, sweet Jesus. He didn't. We're running away. Why would he not? I don't know. I don't care. I need not know the reason why. I only need to know, run, don't die. I don't know if the shaman's AI was just reworked or what, because I don't know why it wouldn't. I don't know. Must have been, but they always do that in my experience. Maybe there's different tiers of shaman. Actually, I didn't look at his abilities. If the other goblins were reworked, in fact, even if the goblin overseer was reworked, maybe the shamans have been reworked. I wonder if there's like a lower tier and an upper tier or something like that now. I should have looked at his skills. Maybe he can't root. Sort of use his cheat engine while pretending to pee. Yeah, that's it. No, I don't know what, maybe there's a difference between the shamans. Only one way to know, we gotta go back in. Not going back in. We only took one arrow. Master Maticus took a arrow to the shoulder. Bring back in a parry bro, I suppose. We gotta know now. We don't. We don't need to know. Good to know. We'll check it later though. I am guessing that the shamans must have been reworked though. Alongside the other goblins. Because vanilla behavior would be during the day to always entangle. So I can't believe Grossholes doesn't hate us. We can at least check here for recruits. Just to see if there are any. There are not. So we know at least there is one location here. These turned over stones to the west. Okay, we can go there. So 6 to 11 tiles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But if it's in the forest, it'll have a pretty poor discoverability radius. So hard for us to find it. Nope. Found it. I mean, we'll check out this one too, but I guess this is a similar sort of ordeal. Like a lot of these types of camps are just going to be not in range. Nope. Oh, come on. Do they have no ranged units? Actually, maybe this isn't that bad. There's a lot of thugs in here. Some other time? No, this isn't that bad. It's a lot of thugs and outlaws. Yeah, it's a lot of them. Don't get me wrong. The 2 highwaymen are spooky, but this isn't that bad. We are weak, we are dumb, we are cowards. True. Do Goblin Shaman need vision to root? I think so, but they should have vision in that case, like during the day. Unless he was like 1 tile further back than normal. Or maybe he was behind something blocking vision. I don't know if they need vision. Actually, that's a really good question. I'm assuming yes. Yeah, the Falcon revealed him to your squad. Oh, you're saying he may not have been able to see us, even though we could see him? Maybe that is it. Yeah, that might be true. Maybe he couldn't see us. I don't know. I think this fight might be reasonable. We just need to get up on the high ground here, like back here. Okay, that's rude. That's rude. That's rude. Stop throwing stuff at me. They have no range. Well, they have no ranged units. They don't. They do have ranged weapons. I mean, that's true. They've missed all of their attacks, though. Oh, wow. They're literally all 5%ers? I guess it's because of the distance. We're actually just gaining exploit opening stacks. Maybe this is like legit good. Like maybe we want them to be doing this. Maybe we like this. Maybe we're into this, you know? Oh my god, if this camera goes down one more time. Is there a setting for this? The camera going lower is very annoying to me. Vanilla options auto adjust height level. Unchecked. It appears to be adjusting the height level. All right, so we're gonna take a moment to recoup, regain our fatigue, do all the things we maybe want to do. Make sure we got a shield wall on everyone. Load up our handgun. Lots of stuff we can do back here. Hardened also has its own height level setting, but they are supposed to respect the vanilla option. It appears maybe it doesn't. Dark Soul! Alright, so we're just going to recover back here. Fully replenish our fatigue. While we're out of range of their ranged weapons. We've got some recovering to do on a few of these bros. Maybe it would work if you enabled and disabled inside Hardened, as to see the flick the setting. Well, what's the Hardened one? Oh my god, combat QOL. Auto camera level when using skills. Is that the one? Yeah, try it. I think that should do the trick. I think we're fully recovered now. So we'll push up slowly in the second half of the round. I think that's going to be the plan. Moving up exactly 2 hexes. That was the first half of the round. But should still be okay. Okay. And I think we like this fight. Like, looking at what they had going on, like, honestly, it wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad. So we're just going to slowly inch forward. At some point, when we get closer, what I think will happen is they're going to expend the last of their throwing weapons and then charge. You stepped away. What are you walking into here? Oh, don't worry about that. Obviously, really smart stuff. Smart stuff for smart people. Now, we technically can, if we do take aim, do a long-range shot, and hit all the way to here, which should blast these three. We'll do it in the second half of the round. I mean, if they're not going to act, and we actually technically can shoot them, we're going to do that. We'll at least see what the hit chance is. Smart, strong heroes? Maybe that's our downfall. 37 and 25% hit chance. Not terrible. We can only do that every other round. So So just trying to be the main character again? Apparently. It's probably kind of risky to do that end turn there. Because you never know, some small thing happens and sometimes they'll move forward. They're doing a lot of shield walling. Alright, we're just gonna barely inch forward is gonna be the plan. So starting from the edges, we'll just barely do a baby scooch forward. Just a little baby one. Just a baby one. And then we'll shoot from up there. I think will be the plan. Okay, more jabs got pulled out. Nope. So this guy's going to be able to throw. Nope. It's going to disrupt our phalanx, huh? That's right, we'll just move the Chaucer back a bit. You see one more throwing spear? He's got one in his bag too. Is that what you mean? Or is there one other one I don't see? Bottom right guy, yes? Okay. Yeah, I knew he had two from looking earlier. Alright, so we're gonna have to re-shield wall because his buddy next to him lost his. I mean, I could put... a target here. Maybe he'll throw there. So we could do take aim and blast here, which would hit more targets, I think, right? I mean, we've got still a bunch of ammo. Maybe not that much. Wait, did I shoot twice? I thought I only shot once. Does take aim use an ammo? Hold up. I thought I only shot one time. Oh, I'm an idiot. I've got one in the chamber. Never mind. Ignore me. We still have six total shots. We know that because we are dumb, yeah. So I think I can just shoot. I don't think the take aim will make a difference. Because I don't think it'll let us go to here. Because we're only able to shoot here because of the terrain, like, level difference. Yeah, that was good. In fact, I could even throw some jabs at him. We're gonna be looking at some angry briggies here in a second. Probably? I don't know. Are they really going to stand in the fire? This is incredible. No, okay. He'll move forward. Here we go. Chestnuts roasting on an open fire. Jack Frost nipping at your nose. Tiny tots with their eyes all aglow. What a great song. Okay, so we still got his throwing spear. I guess we'll let J-Chan just continue to gain AP. All right. They're doing it. They're making melee contact. Here they come. There's a piece of me that's like curious about occupying this hex with J-Chan. Because it's pretty advantageous. The Brigade with the Flail is Slurchy's evil twin. Which one? There's a lot. There are 3 Brigades with flails here. Yeah, I think this tile is actually kind of okay. So then we can move Fulio and Trash Comps to here and here. Now we kind of need to. And any rotations I want or need to do? I don't think so. The fire feels unethical? No, the fire is totally ethical. We paid good money for that. The fire was expensive. Oh. You love to see it. New meaning to firewall. New meaning to firewall. Ow. Boy, that pickaxe. That's... Okay, that's... Wait, should that cause an injury? Don't most injuries have a threshold of 25% of your hit points? Does it... How's the rounding work on that? Maybe you can still get injured with 42 hit points if you get hit for 10. Threshold got lowered to 20%. All right, well. I don't think Broken Exile is going to need this net. I might put it down. Although... Yeah. Those enemies stepped into a ring of fire. Nice to see the incendiary rounds doing work. Yeah, finally getting the big payoff from them. That's kind of what it feels like. And we're going to go for the stun from Eagledub, so Ulfadin's, I guess, not going to do anything. I guess we could rotate here and then attack. Maybe that's worth. Seemed worth. Missed our stun. So let's move apples and fruits forward, I think. Ooh, stunned? I don't like that. Alright, so I'm going to rotate our sword lance so he can get in here and reap there. We'll just do a regular attack with Ulfadin here. So we're gonna go for the stun there because the AoE daze is too good. Just gonna chill with Vance Lightning for the moment. And thinking about putting the War Dog down here. The fire should go away next round, and the dog will live through the fire. Oh, I guess then we can't reap. That's the whole reason I did the... Oh, that's okay. Do a regular attack. Any chance for a bandage on Vance? Probably not, I guess. And trash comps should be safe down here. It's a little bit in a hole, but I think it'll be fine. It's got pretty good armor. Dodge is doing nothing for him in this little hole. I mean, I guess I could send him all the way to here. He's gonna not have his phalanx buddies though. Now, Advanced Lightning is just going to get an injury. That's okay. It's just recover, I guess. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, first off, Fulio almost beef and cheesed it. And then same thing with J-Chan, who got punctured there by this scoundrel. Holy shit. Alright, so as long as we kill this guy, Fulio can run away. As long as we kill this guy, Fulio can run away. As long as we kill this guy, Fulio can run away. I really don't want to attack him with Eagle Dub, because with Eagle Dub I really want to do a stun down here on this scoundrel who's doing the punctures. Oh yeah, Fulio is moving before. I thought Fulio was after him in the turn order, to be fair. I didn't realize he was before him. Yeah, he can just run away. He can. And we're gonna stand in the flame. Yeah, he can just do it. You guys are right. So now if we attack him, we can just do a regular attack and kill him. That lets us daze this thug, which means we could also get the Chaucer down here to further surround this scoundrel. Broken Exile has just been in a missing fight with this outlaw. Yeah, missing competition. A missing competition. Apples and fruits, what a beast. Apples and fruits, what a beast. Well, this was a butt clencher. The Briggy on the left is confident he can run away, right? That was 1 or 2 turns from needing some fresh dregs from society. Yeah, it was. We'll let him properly escape. He earned it. Oh boy. Oh, I was really hoping there'd be a shiny here. I was really hoping for the shiny. There was an okay chance for it. But we got some pretty debilitating injuries, that's for sure. Cool hats though. Everything was smooth until 2 bros nearly died on the same turn. Yes. Yeah, that was spooky. That was very spooky. We got an arming sword, we got a dagger. We got a couple of these Undertaker's hats. Now, honestly, the Undertaker's hats on the brothers who have nimble, like, it's a little tempting. Maybe still shouldn't. But when they've got one with a shield, they don't need much headgear. EXP about 50% lower than the spider fight. Yeah, humans just don't provide that much experience. Beasts are the best for experience. It's quite a fashion statement. It really is. I mean, this brother's sitting out anyway. So. Maybe on ranged bros. It's got a vision penalty, but yeah. Can maybe give it to Slurgy now that he's got nimble. That looks stupid. Let's keep it. Alright, so who are the bros that have to come out? Ripped ear is fine, but fractured elbow, pierced arm muscles and pierced side, and injured kneecap. Those have got to come out. Those have got to come out. And I suppose Master Maticus is back in. And then Plaguebird and King Tet, who I guess we'll just need to get him learned in the ways of the Phalanx. What happened to your bear helmet? It's been changed out. We just don't have anyone that can wear this. I guess Ulfadin can. This is kind of pointless though. I suppose if he rotates somewhere dangerous. Yeah, I guess we'll leave it there. Oh, I see. Yeah, the bear hat was just vaporized, but it's still kind of there. Ulfadin is Battleforged too. Yeah, I know. He will eventually get it, right? But he's not gonna actually take that perk for a little while. If he rotates somewhere dangerous and can't rotate a second time because of his low fat, then it happens. He'll be strong. He'll have good armor on. Apples and fruits hit level 8. That's pretty fantastic. It's a nice pimp hat. I can see that you rocking that IRL. Maybe. Let's at least make the whole outfit make sense. Who are the strongest bros at the moment? Do you even have any? I mean, I guess Slurgy and Apples and Fruits, probably. The ones that are the highest level. Actually, no, that's not even true. The strongest are No Man 1220 and Ulfadin. All right, injured shoulder, ripped ear. We can live with those. Those are fine. Art imitates life. Art imitates life. All right, I think I like where I put the gear. All right, apples and fruits. I think we're gonna go ahead and grab Duelist here because Duelist is just a really good perk. Unlike in vanilla, this does work with a shield. Only requires a one-handed melee weapon. I can't imagine there's something else we would want instead of this. Sure doesn't seem like it. Oh, wow. This is, you know that level up we had previously where it was like a max roll in 6 out of the 8? This is a little different from that. Let's go with fatigue in the initiative and melee defense, I guess. We mostly want to make sure this bro is strong defensively. Defenses are going to be the most important as a bro in the phalanx. So, not the best level up. That was a fun fight, though. I really enjoyed that one. All right, let's take a peek on one of these mountains here. Thousand Spears Camp. No. This is fewer Briggies. Much fewer. Right? Far fewer than the previous fight. But this is an NO. A brigand leader, several highwaymen, and a few sharpshooters. Too spooky. We're too weak. We're too dumb. And we're cowards. I suppose now that we're nursing a bunch of injuries, I'm okay with just raiding caravans along the road while we travel back down south. Oh yeah, we've got a... make sure we got our proper pocket knives out and equipped. You love the new tiers of Briggies, and yeah, I do too. And I also appreciate that they like de-obfuscated vanilla, because vanilla also has like raiders of a lower and upper tier, which is just confusing. So, okay, this is a good fight. So we're gonna go ahead and take this one. Dusk is the night. So we're gonna shield wall, spear wall, all the other walls, wonder wall. And we'll attack here, but... oh, all right, we hit 2 of them. was gonna say. Well, one of them chance was 50. I guess that's not bad. It's higher than I thought it would be. Hello, Slurgy and chat. Hope you're all well tonight. Hope the Dregs are also well tonight. We are. Dregs are still dragging. And I don't think Broken Exile needs this net. Needs only to riposte. These outlaws must have thought they took a wrong turn and went south. Yeah, looking at the company's gear. Yeah, they're like, what the hell? So this guy is Vigorous Assault. So even with the attack that costs 5, he can still move on to the high ground and attack. Boo. Yeah, the team is definitely rocking that Southern Caravan style. Nice one, Slurgy. Oh, I should have re-reposted there. Where'd those guys come from? Slurgy laying down hot fire. Slurgy laying down hot fire. Ow. He had an answer for my riposte. I mean, you know, he solved the riddle. I gotta admit, that shield push with the buckler was pretty funny. King Tet's kind of getting knocked around a bit here. I don't like that. Still gives you a lot of joy to shield bump an enemy down a level or two, especially when it's 2. When you make the enemy take fall damage, that's very satisfying. King Tet got his revenge against that big, mean, Warfork wielding Briggy up on the hill. 35 of these. Really glad I found you, Slurgy. Very enjoyable and pleasant to watch. Hey, Reforming One, I am glad you're here and glad you've been here 35 streams in a row. Glad you're enjoying. This has been a pretty fun run. All right, so we're going to go with Phalanx on King Tet. He's going to join the Phalanx. Oh yeah, is the Q working? That's the real question. Stupid Q. Maybe I'll try to actually get a human from Stream Elements. Instead of essentially leaving a message with a bot, as I did previously. It was a hilarious LLM hallucination bot where I'm like, the Stream Elements queue is not responding to commands, even though it still works from the UI. And it's like, ah, I see you're asking about a payout from a sponsorship. And I'm like, no, I'm not. So I don't know if that's its default response, because that's why people would actually, I don't know, who knows. I'm sure your message is in the bot's queue. Yeah, maybe. There's some big footprints. Those are some chonky boy footprints. That looks like a big noble army. It is day 74, so I wouldn't be surprised if... God, that's so spooky. I wouldn't be surprised if we see the precursor map movements for the crisis. They're trying a go wide strategy. See how that works out for them. Just trying to avoid getting shot. Well, reasonable. They succeeded. They didn't get shot. Okay. Didn't want him to hit me. Wanted to keep these battles clean. Keep these ones as a no damage taken sort of affair. They were carrying some copper. Dubious quality. I'm glad I bought those medical supplies earlier. Because, you know. We're making use of them. We're not even going to have enough. Oh well. Alright, we'll swing by these towns again. Make another loop. What level are we? Yeah, still feeling pretty low level. Let's make it to Muhlenheim before nightfall. We're not going to chase those peasants. There's literally no one here. We'll sell the strange meat before it goes bad. They've got Marauding Greenskins X2 and Mustering Troops. Fair enough. Yeah, we can do one of these return stolen items. Let's talk pay. I need to be paid more. Feels like that's just not working very often. I think all the negotiator's doing is just making me ruin my relationship with all the places I actually want to be friendly with. Even though the negotiator has, I think at this point, given us more than 2,500 crowns, I'm still very disappointed with him. And, yeah. Displeased with that choice. Who was it that said earlier his only successful negotiation was being added to the squad? Kind of agree with that. It would be cool if the negotiator opened up more negotiation options, like doing a contract for free for more rep or stuff like that. That would be cool. Or maybe even giving you an additional contract, right? Because I think the way it works right now is a tier 1 city gives 1 contract at most, tier 2 city gives 2 at most, tier 3 city gives 3 at most. What if we just bumped all those to +1? Like, that would be pretty easy, I would think. Maybe not. Easier to implement. But I like a fully fledged implementation like Despotsini is suggesting. The agent follower grants +1 max contracts now. Oh, really? Oh, so that already exists in a different form in the game. All right, we're gonna look to be daggering down this this raider here. He doesn't have the really good armor that we're looking to get, the male hauberk, but he's got like a... Oh, what is this one even called? It's not the male shirt and it's not the male hauberk, it's the one between it. Yeah, we're gonna chill here for this round. We already spent a bunch of AP. But we're gonna push forward next round. Rude. Rude. What was this hit chance there? Yeah, 48, actually pretty good. This should be our next banner. It's pretty incredible. All right, I'm gonna maybe rotate Slurgy up onto this high ground. It's kind of an expensive maneuver. But he'll be able to do some good blasting from there. Oh, shoot. Didn't realize he hadn't gone yet. That was good blasting. Broken Exile will just nurse his wounds. Died from the flame. This guy's gonna take a bunch of damage too. You love to see it when the enemies wait for like no reason. Dude, the flame, yeah. The flame on the incendiary shot, doing some work. Is that Johnny Sins? That's what they all say. Too much fatigue, huh? Damn. Just wait till Slurgy reaches the promised potential and his range attack gets even better. Music to my ears. Oh, don't destroy another shield. They've been pretty brutal on the shields. Is Fracture Skull enough to retire a level 6 fodder bro? He's going to be out of rotation for like a week. Got you a scale armor at least? I would say often the answer to that question is yes, Misha Twitcher. Not always. But I feel like the answer is probably yes. 2 other nasty injuries as well. You got to think one of the things about that is the cost in medical supplies too. My shields! Alright, I really want to make sure we dagger this guy down. So I'm going to put No Man 1220 in range here because no one else is going to go before him. Alright, that crossbow's getting away. Whatever. But I want that armor. Okay. Oh yeah, origin is a big part of the answer to that question too. Good call. Male shirt. Oh, okay. It's basic male shirt, then male shirt, then male hauberk. Of course, of course, of course. Alright, so we're gonna discard the mouthpieces. I suppose we should have maybe sold a few more super basic items. We're missing out on what, 20 crowns total? Plaguebird has hit level 6, which we quite like to see. Maybe should have grabbed Vigorous Assault. Still could circle back for it now. $20 crowns is like a day's worth of wages. Actually, you know, our wages are, they're above 100. We pay 101 crowns for this squad. They're kind of expensive now. Relatively. Yeah, I might circle back for Vigorous Assault. Not bad rolls. Pretty good. Because what we're really looking for is full force. Yeah, let's get Vigorous Assault. How far we've come? Almost a living wage for the 14 bros in the company combined. Yeah, the 15, yeah. Yeah, the other thing that should go into that question, the answer to that Misha Twitcher is, like, is the bro any good? Like, is it a truly, like, a bro that you don't want to keep long term? Like, or are they, like, okay where they could still hang with the rest of the squad? Also kind of depends on the role of the brother. Like, a tempo thrower that, like, you know, an early farmhand with 41 range skill and 1 talent star that you turn into a thrower with fast adaptation, dude, that bro can stay with you to the end and still contribute, like, really quite a lot. He's not good, you want him gone long term? Yeah, just get rid of him then. Tempo Flail, okay. So he's an armor claimer. Yeah, you can probably get rid of him. I would think. Alright, so we're gonna have to equip old wooden shields here. Which sort of sucks. Yeah, replacing the shields. Which I don't really like doing. It's fine. The old wooden shields are just less defensive. But we gotta keep the phalanx rocking and rolling. Alright, let's chase these briggies. Can't let them run free. Ooh, and then there's a caravan we might potentially take care of. Oh, they're gonna sit behind that marksman, aren't they? Nope, they're not. Great. They all got phalanx up front? Yes. We got phalanx across the whole front line. Can get another armor from this raider here. There's more raiders on the map, right? The world scaling has done its work, even though we're still kind of doing the same old fights. The same old fights are at least giving us more stuff. That's good. That was good. So what we could do to get melee contact started is just that. That should trigger him to go forward, I think. No, not don't attack the dog though. Don't do that. The Chaucer's got 9. He can run up there. So we're gonna rotate Slurgy forward so that he can do oh, I guess we can't. I guess we're just gonna get in position. That's kind of dumb, actually. So even if we dagger this guy down, we only have a chance of getting his armor. His armor's not anything special. I might still go for it just because may as well. There's literally no way for us to shoot, huh? And not hit an ally? We'll throw a javelin. I've got small target. I could maybe go for a stun here. Because I kind of don't want to hit his body armor. Let's just wait. Okay, finally got some hits. Okay. Got him full surrounded, and the daggers are out. So we'll see if we get the armor. We did not. But we did get the padded scale helmet, which is fine. Pretty similar to a lot of the stuff we've already got. Alright, so padded scale helmet at 110 for 7 is, I guess, somewhere between the wrapped southern and the spiked skull cap. Maybe slightly better than the wrapped southern helmet, I suppose. It's not much of a difference. Not meaningful anyway. And the next card upgrade's 10,000, right? Yeah. Okay, Eagledub has hit level 8. Wow. So what perk do we take on this brother? Getting close, only 2 more streams till we get our first 11. That might be right. 2 or 3, yeah. What's the other mace perk? So the other mace perk is Bonebreaker. Armor damage you deal is treated as hit point damage for for the purpose of inflicting injuries. It's okay. I like it a lot on the one-handed mace. The two-handed mace often just like kills them. So we can injure orcs. We can injure orcs, yeah. Yeah, I like Bonebreaker a lot on the one-handed mace, but I feel like the two-handed mace, often what I want to do is go for the kill shot and then apply shockwave. I really like Bonebreaker on the very specific conditions of tank with a mace that has rebuke. Like very specifically, I really like that. So yeah, I'm leaning towards either Pathfinder or Vigorous Assault. I think so. Ever use the Gnarly Staff or the 3 AP Bash Mace? Oh, that was changed and Hardened. Yes, I did, in fact. When that was updated, it was one of the first things I did was like, ah, neat, 3 AP Stun. That actually happened in the middle of the No Towns, No Loss, Hardened, all legendary challenge run thing that I did. And used it a little bit. And then Dark Souls was like, that's not intended. So then I stopped using it. And I think it was, he nerfed it afterwards. He could rotate too if you want a second copy. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. He's got a lot of fatigue for it. All right, so it could pretty nicely take rotation on this brother. Colossus also fine. Yeah, Colossus is also fine. I agree with that. Could also just grab Formidable Approach and then just say, all right, when we make it next to the enemy, they die. And I don't hate that. But since we're allotted the time using the Pole Mace, without a Quick Hands, I don't know. Yeah, I also like Formidable Approach a lot. Like, it's a really good perk. What tier 7 perk does he have? Nimble. And then the other two are Headhunter and Death Dealer. Death Dealer requires AoE. So that one won't be relevant for this like weapon category that we're using. So could even grab like Berserk. Like, we have a ton of fatigue on this brother. So maybe just rotation. I think I've kind of convinced myself I like rotation here. One copy of Berserk on the squad feels good. For sure. Alright, let's grab these chonky +5s. And grab the 2 melee defense. Eventually, I think what I'm going to plan on doing is once we hit level 11, I'm going to plan to do some dynamic duos, because dynamic duo pairs so well with Formidable Approach, and we'll give him a partner to do a little do-si-do with, to, you know, use the swap positions, move forward, smash with the mace, and then the ally just swaps back. Alright, we've got a caravan from Al-Fayir. It's this dinky little small town here. How do they feel about us down there? Pretty good, actually. That's gonna change. So we're gonna go ahead and beat up some of these conscript nerds. Yeah, exactly. Rotation is really good tempo for now. keeps the babies safe. You gotta keep the babies safe. So we might dagger down this guy. The other ones I think we're gonna take out the old-fashioned way. And they've got a 4 AP weapon, so if they're 1 hex away, that's fine. Yeah, we gotta re-up on them shields. Yes. True. Yeah, let's just make sure they funnel where we want them to go. Yeah, we'll just shoot here. What the heck? Wow! That almost one-tapped him? Holy shit. That's crazy. I mean, I guess he had the lightest headgear possible. And we blasted it clean off. But still. Naked and swinging around a cleaver is a choice. It's a choice. Yeah, let's see if we can dagger this guy down. Get his body armor. So I'm gonna do the single target attack there. Hopefully the dog doesn't move up and disrupt our future daggering plans. And I don't want King Tet to be the one to pull out the dagger because he's a little bit... I don't know. Don't want him to be the first one anyway. Every time someone mentions being disrupted, you can't help but think of DBZ Abridged. Oh man. You know what makes me think of DBZ Abridged? Carrot cake. And if I could just get rid of that association, I would. And Carmen Electra. And if you have no idea what I'm talking about, I am happy for you. I think I missed his stun. Oops, I meant to swap weapons. And I'm not going to attack here because I want the dog to... Actually, we may be able to rotate the dog out if he gets in melee. Little rotation there. That's right, go after the donkey. That's the spirit. Okay. Got that armor. Very nice. And they were just hauling goat cheese? None of them fancy, really nice southern goods? Sad. All right, and I do want to keep one of these 10 arrow quivers. I guess maybe I had enough food I could get rid of some, but we may be able to just sell food. We need to sell. We need to go to a proper store. That's what's really going on here. And we got some Adargas. So we'll go and plop those on. Pretty happy with that. And then we'll toss one of these shirts on someone. Maybe Master Maticus. He could use a bit of armor. Alright, Trash Comps has hit level 7. You love to see it. I think we're just going to go ahead and grab Flexible on this brother. Very nice on this brother. Put the quiver on one of your reserves, maybe? Oh, that's a good idea, Choppy Cat. That is a great idea. I'm going to forget that it's there. Undoubtedly. But it'll be good there for now. This brother's going to be injured for an eternity. Future Slurgy will remember. You got a lot of faith in Future Slurgy that I think might be misplaced. I mean, I've never met the guy, but if he's anything like the Future Slurgy I expect to see, he's going to have no idea what's going on. He's going to forget. Yeah. Fulio and No Man 1220. 2 refugees bonding over having seen many places in this world. And they appreciate each other. You love to see it. Alright, let's see if there's anything we can offload in Hohenberg. Maybe some new brothers? Well. Wow, this named shield is really cheap. This is super cheap. Why is this so cheap? It's not very good. 69, nice. Durability. Alright, we'll get rid of the strange meat. And maybe just some of the extra bandages. We don't need that many. Maybe it's cheap because it's not very good. I mean, it turns out it's not very good. But still a little surprising. I guess we should make our way down to C-Stat. Feels like that's the correct play. That's where we're going to sell stuff. I suppose we can get to Niwakai before the day's end. Then we can visit Niwakai, Newick, and C-Stat. Ooh, yeah, we're going to get there. Of course, that sort of implies that we're not planning on doing any of the... We just got a bunch of reinforced throwing nets. I think I kind of like that. And we could craft a war dog armor. I think we've got one dog without armor. Nope. That dog must have died. Well, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, I guess we don't really care about those contracts. We can maybe return to it and do it. Nope, no one here for us. Cheap net, but we've got extra nets now. We kind of don't need that. We can do those on the way back, maybe. No contracts to improve our relations here, though. Alright, so we'll sell stuff here. Price is pretty good. They still like us here. We're still appreciated. It feels good to be appreciated, you know? And do we hang on to an extra two-handed spiked mace? Yeah, maybe. No, I don't know. I doubt it. Right? If we get any new baby recruits, are we really going to give them that? I don't think so. They're going to be given a shield to keep them safe. Probably not going to use the light southern mace either, now that we've got all these like arming swords and scimitars. I might keep the 2 boar spears just for potential utility for beast fights. Yeah, let's get rid of the crude javs. And honestly, we don't need the fire lances either. All right, we got a bunch of money now. What a kind and generous gift that I will be leaving for Future Slurgy. Future Slurgy will start out with a bunch of money. Now, will Future Slurgy put this money to good use? Or will Future Slurgy squander it? Will Future Slurgy remember the quiver of arrows we put on a brother in reserve? Or will Future Slurgy forget? I guess find out next time on Slurgy Ball Z. All right, that's where I'm going to call it for the evening. Gonna go do the old sleep game. And so I should be back tomorrow. Let me double check that that is true. That is, in fact, true. So I'll be back tomorrow, and we will see if the Dregs can continue their success. Actually, I'm almost thinking, like, should I replace the Negotiator? That's a problem for Future Slurgy. All right. Make it a good one. Ta-ta.